Bill Wolf. He's on mute. There he is.
Hello, John.
Hello, Bill.
I need share screen.
Well, we also need some applicants.
Right.
Little
So,
things.
Sharon, are you there, Sharon? Or David? Can you allow me to share screen?
Pretty please.
Mhm. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's go to the file.
Okay. Now, it is 12:30, and we do not yet have Claire, so let's give it another minute or two.
All right.
Steve, I understand item C2 has been moved to the end of the agenda.
Yes, it accidentally got placed as a consent item and you guys did not request it to come back as a consent item. You stated it should come back for a full board.
Okay, not a problem. And so is that why you are here?
Right now, yes. I have 2 items later, but that's why I'm here right now, yes, just to make sure that's all good.
Yeah, well, we do know that. If you want, I will announce it as soon as Claire gets in.
Good. Okay,
Is this item C1?
Yeah.
Did you want to participate today, Bill, or did you just want to operate?
No, I'll operate on the agenda and on the consent items. I'm trying to feed my face.
Is there anybody here for item C1, 553 Hot Springs Road? I don't see you on my screen, but I don't always see everybody that's in attendance on my screen.
I only see 4 county, Steve Fort, you and I.
Yeah, me too. There's Claire. Claire, you are on mute. Still on mute.
Mute.
There
Okay.
you go.
There you
Okay,
go.
I'll come right back. I'm just gonna turn my TV off.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Okay, here we are. Sorry about that. I got distracted. I was at 12:25. I was right here, and then I lost it. Okay. So it's just you and I. Is that? Oh,
And Bill Wolf is controlling it. I do not, and Steve Ford, who's item C2, that's being moved into the full
regular
agenda.
one. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there is no requirement that people be at these meetings.
I was just
Yeah,
gonna
that's
ask
true.
that. Yeah, I was just gonna ask.
So, Claire, have you had a chance to look at item C1, please?
Yes. Yes. I've looked at both items, including the one that got moved. So.
And were you okay with this item?
Yeah, I'm pretty okay with it. Seems
I-
pretty straightforward to me.
And I agree, and I thought that BHN Architects did a good job, so I would be willing to recommend approval to the full board. Do you share that opinion,
Yes.
Claire? Okay.
Certainly.
Okay, for anybody that's on, item C2 has been moved to the primary or main agenda, so we will not be hearing that today. And so I'd like to go on to item C3. I do not see either Megan or
Daryl.
Daryl.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
see it either.
So Megan actually works in, oh, yeah, right. Okay, yeah. Oh, and this is that little, yes, I just looked at this.
It's a little garage.
Yeah, yeah, the little garage extension almost.
Okay, so do you have any comments about this one, Claire?
No.
Neither do I, except
Oh,
on PDF page 6.
Is that the right page?
Yeah,
Okay.
take a look at that route plan. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a little strange.
Yeah, so, but that's a technical error. It won't have anything to do with us, but that's not the way roofs work. So, okay,
No.
Whoa, that is really odd.
I was gonna look at the elevations there.
So do you
Okay.
think it was a misdrawing on?
yeah, it's somebody that doesn't really understand how roofs work. So she did decide to go with a hip,
Yeah,
which is what I had recommended. Others had other ideas. I think it looks pretty good.
no, I think it looks fine.
Yeah, so there'd be a ridge across here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
A cricket ridge.
Yeah,
Right, exactly. Okay, so Claire, would you be willing to recommend this to the full
Yes,
board?
yes, I will make a motion to approve this when it's time.
And I agree, but it is here for preliminary and final. County council permits us to do these at the
Right.
consent calendar if and only if we ask the following question: is there anybody that's on this Zoom meeting that would like to address the board on item C3, 788 San Ysidro Lane, please? Not seeing anybody, I'll close public comment, and so we will recommend this to the full board for approval with the applicant to restudy the construction of the roof plan.
okay.
Okay, so we're done, and
Okay.
so,
Just John, as long as you're on, so we're completed with that, but you're still on here. You know, just, I mean, I'm trying to remember, this whole idea of preliminary final and, you know, what you worked out with county council, but do we need to make that statement to the full board?
yes,
Okay.
we are only making recommendations to
Okay.
the full board.
Okay.
And they permit us to do this, but they said, in essence, they did, it was Rachel Van
Yeah.
Mullum.
Van Mullen, who's now head.
Megan. Megan. Hello,
Megan, you're,
Megan,
Well,
connecting to audio.
she needs to unmute herself. Yeah, she's got her.
There you go. No, not quite unmuted yet.
I was asking her to unmute there.
Okay, there we go.
There
Okay.
you go.
So shall we go back and look at her project again?
Yes, let's go back because this is the one with the funny roof book drawing.
Yes.
Page 6. Right there. Can you enlarge that? See the intersection between those two roofs, Megan?
Yes.
That doesn't do that. So there are only three types of lines that can occur. when the roofs are identical slope and they intersect each other. It's either a 45-degree angle or a vertical line or a horizontal line, period. That's it. You can't do it any other way. So
Okay.
it's not aesthetically, it doesn't matter to us, but it's going to look something like what Bill just drew on there.
Okay.
Just so it's right.
Something.
And-
Okay.
Okay, and
Yeah,
besides,
well, most likely, where it's going to show up, won't it show up in the building department, and they'll go, "What the hell is this?"
it will show up
Correct.
when Daryl gets out there and say, "What the heck are you doing?"
Yeah.
Actually, I think
Okay.
it's more like that, and then straight, and then this branch is like that, so.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway, so we reviewed it. We did
Okay.
our recommending approval for it. And so, do you have anything to say?
No, I mean, essentially, you saw the architecture. We took your feedback into consideration. We changed the roof to hip style roof, and we just need to figure out the connection there. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's called a cricket, CRIC.
Yes.
Just look it up on the internet. They'll have all kinds of crickets in there, I'm sure.
yes,
Okay,
absolutely. Thanks.
so congratulations, I think. Yes, congratulations.
Yes.
Yes.
Congratulations. And if you want to wait for the full item, great. In
Okay.
about 20, probably close to 30 minutes from now. Other than that, I'm sure you can just go away and have fun.
Okay. I'll be on mute. Thanks, John.
Thank you now. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Okay, so there are no further items on the consent calendar, so many of us are going to sign off or mute ourselves, etc. And we will be back on with Bill as chairman, of course, right around 1 o'clock.
okay, see you then.
Yeah. I see that Mortis Willem has joined the meeting. Were you here for a consent item, please? You are on mute. Mortis Willem? You're on mute. Were you here for a consent item, C1, C2, or C3? You are no longer on mute. Did you want to address us?
Oh, I'm sorry. I got the. This is Guillermo, the landscape architect for the project. No, our item is on the agenda for 1 o'clock on regular.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So
Okay.
please mute yourself again, and we'll see you at 1.
Okay, thank you. I just want.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
I can hear you, Michael.
Oh, hey, Morts, how's it going?
Good, good.
Good. We're first on the agenda, so everybody's at lunch right now. So
Yeah, looks like we are I'm on the panel. I don't know how that happened, but I think you are too.
yeah, and then if anything comes up, you can feel free to chime in if there's a question on anything. 'Cause so I think it's good that you're.
Yeah,
on the
absolutely.
panel.
Just reading through the project scope. It's pretty helpful. You have that too, right, Michael? They'll have that
Yeah.
open, but I sent it to you so you can have that open. Describes pretty much everything.
Let's see. Yeah, I can see the project scope. Hey, Tim.
Hey, good afternoon, Mike. How you been?
Good afternoon to you too.
Yeah, I got gas company on the M-Bar agenda today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, we got one, I guess, a couple in front of you here.
Unmute it there. Okay. Okay, so where's our fearless leader here? Oh, Bill Wolf's not on yet.
Yeah, I don't see Bill yet.
Oh, we've only got 5 minutes left. Well, we've got a few minutes left. That's
Yeah.
why.
I'm here. I'm hiding. I'm
Oh,
hiding.
God. Well,
Bill's-
I just went through for a little run in between. So
Yeah, we got 5 minutes. We'll start at 1 o'clock sharp and I'll get.
Yeah.
I think Bill's eating lunch right now.
I just finished it. I just finished it. Yeah. Yeah, I had to wolf it down. Excuse the pun.
Wolfing your lunch.
Right.
Yep.
Good to see
You guys got a pretty full day here. So you start at 9 and then how long do you go typically?
No, we had 2 site visits at 9 and then we regroup at 12:30 for consent items. And then start up after consent at 1 o'clock. So there's gaps of time in between those things.
And
So
today, mostly to answer your question, we'll probably wind up going till probably 5 to sit somewhere between 5 and 6, giving the length of depends on if everybody
yeah,
moves along.
that's right.
Yeah, well, you guys are earning your keep, so good job.
Yeah, I wish there was an earnings attached to it.
That's what I mean. You're working for free, man. We appreciate you.
Volunteering. It's
That's
called
right.
volunteering.
Hey, that is.
Well, that's what it is.
Yeah. Hey, somebody's got to do it, right?
Right.
And has I mean, we've been, just since we're a little before hours, took us about almost 11 weeks to get from this item we're going to see here from when we submitted a complete package to be on. So are you guys consistently looking at like that much timeline on getting the turnarounds for things scheduled, or is that just for concept items?
No,
You know,
we don't do any of that.
That'd
That's
be-
staff that does all of that.
Oh,
We have
okay.
no control over any of that.
Yeah, that's a Sharon question and planning.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's a planning department, you know.
Yeah, we stay out
And
of
I-
that part of it, fortunately.
Good. Well,
Well, and I also know is that right now, the planning department is way behind.
right. That's
Yeah.
what we've heard.
Yeah, you know.
Everybody's swamped, a lot of work going on.
Yeah, this is reminds me, Bill, of 2007 and 8 when it was so good. We know it won't last forever, but it's as good as it gets right now.
Yeah, so savor, right?
Yeah, right.
And save, squirrel away your money and all the rest of it.
Well, everybody's anxious and everybody wants to get it done. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
hey, we're glad it's happening here. I don't think it's happening in Lompoc or Bakersfield too much.
I do not know. I wouldn't have time to go there tonight if I did.
Beautiful downtown Lompoc.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly. Okay, we got 1 minute and looks like we've got, trying to see who on the board is with us. We got John, Claire.
John just came on. Where's,
Wait,
Blair, are you driving the presentation today, showing the PDF, or who's doing that?
Oh, I'll
Bill
share and direct. So
Awesome.
Okay, so we don't have any staff yet, right? No.
well, we have Kimberly.
I'm here.
There.
Oh, there's Kimberly right there.
Hi there.
I just
How are you,
recognize
Claire?
We've got Don.
So we have 4.
Okay.
There's Don.
Okay, 1 o'clock. Straight up. Let's get started. We've got 4.
Is Sharon online?
Sharon, are you there too? I see her symbol up, so we'll go forward. We've got Kimberly.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
there she is.
let's start the meeting of December 2nd, 2021. Montecito Board of Architecture review agenda. Let's start with public comment. Is there anyone in the audience here that'd like to speak to items that are not on the agenda today? Anybody? Sharon, anybody raising their hand?
Okay, Sharon just called me and she's having audio problems. She is on, but you cannot hear her. So
Okay.
I will do my best to kind of direct traffic here.
Okay, very good. Then I will, I'll look to you. Do you see any hands raised? I didn't see any.
I do not.
Okay. Okay. Can everybody see that agenda there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
very good. All right. So let's close public comment and we'll go to item 2, agenda status report. I know item C2 is going to not be a consent item. It was not a consent item, and it's going to be moved to the back of the agenda, and it'll be item 10. That much I know. Kimberly, anything else from you? On the agenda.
I haven't heard anything. I did just look at an email from John about PDFs crashing. I'm not entirely sure. Did you look again? Has that problem resolved itself, or do I need to be doing something while we're waiting to try to get to those items?
When I downloaded it and did it on my computer, it did not work. When I remained on the Box account, I could run it on the Box account.
Okay, I was only looking on the Box account as well, so I haven't downloaded. Is that okay for you? Can you work through the Box account?
I have done my preliminary review. It's up to Bill what he thinks about running it.
I have been able to open it on mine, so I did not have any problems with item 7 was, right, John?
Yeah, page 9
There's
is
a-
where it started to crash for me, but we'll
Okay.
pick that up then.
We can look at that then, but I think I think it was working for me. I didn't notice.
Okay, but for now, it sounds like we're all right. I'll try to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, and I can always go to the box folder if I need to, or somebody could shoot it over to me if they wanted to. So, okay, minutes. We have the meeting minutes from
November 18.
November 18.
go to that real quick. Unapproved minutes, November 18th. Did any board members have any comments to this minutes list?
Well, John must have.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
item number 4.
Okay.
Comment number 4. This is the project that Robert Sen brought over on that steep hillside. We had several neighbor comments. Some members of the board expressed concern regarding the contemporary design. I do not remember that. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I do not remember it. Did that happen or not?
I was not here, so I can't comment.
Don, you are on mute. Don, you are on mute.
I did not, I mentioned the word contemporary, as I recall, but did not feel that that was a problem with that submittal.
And I agree with that. We do not have a designated style or preferred style in Montecito. So would it be okay with everybody if we struck that comment, since the entire design is based on a modern contemporary design?
It's okay with me.
Bill?
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay with me.
Okay, let's strike comment number 4 then, please.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
Yes.
I believe Tip was the one, in my notes, Tip did mention something about struggling on the design.
He did.
But I may have mixed that with Don's comment about contemporary.
Let's change it then to 1 member. Okay.
And should I strike the word contemporary?
No, just 1 member of the board expressed concerns regarding the contemporary design.
Okay, will do.
That's very odd, the Tip.
I know.
Yeah. Go figure. Okay, item number 5. Down in the act where it says no action taken, Tip recused himself, and so I think they should say Maphis and Wolf absent, comma, Kung recused. Okay, and this is a project, again, that Robert Sen came with. There was lots of discussions about the road, etc. We all felt the architecture was okay. Did we say come back only for preliminary or for preliminary and final? It says only preliminary I can't remember.
No, I think we said, I think it was come back just for preliminary. I don't think we added that in there because as I remember on that project, it was a little confusing about what was going on that day.
With the fire department. Okay.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, that is all I have.
Okay, thank you, John. Was there anyone else, board members, that had any other comments to the minutes from the November 18th meeting? No? Okay. So do we need to make a motion for those?
I'll make a motion for approval of the minutes as amended.
I'll second that.
Seconded by John. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Okay, let's continue on with our items here. Where am I? Here we go.
Consent calendar.
Consent. All right, we're on consent. So you had 2 items, C1 and C3.
Yes.
John and Claire were here. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, item C1, 553 Hot Springs Road was on for preliminary and final, and I forgot to ask for public comment on that. I apologize. Mr. Chairman, before we do anything, do you want to ask for public comment on that, please?
Yeah, so let me see, is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item C1 on the consent agenda, 553 Hot Springs Road? Anyone in the audience to comment on that project? No, are you able to see hands raised, Kimberly? I don't know if I see that on mine.
I believe I am. Yeah, oh, Sharon may be in. Yay, Sharon.
You're back.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can, absolutely.
Yay!
Yay.
Okay. I'll
So-
be quiet after this.
Any hands?
Nobody. I didn't
Nobody.
receive anything in there, no hands. Thank you.
All right, then we'll close public comment. Back to you, John. For
And
item.
Mr. Chairman, both Claire and I thought that this project was fine, and therefore I would like to move that item C1 553 Hot Springs Road be approved for both preliminary and final from this board.
I'll second that motion.
All right, seconded by Claire. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carried.
As Bill referenced, item C2 is moved to the main agenda, so we won't cover that now. Item 3, 788 San Ysidro Road, and that is also on for preliminary and final. Bill, we need to ask.
Yeah, is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to item C3 on the consent calendar, 788 San Ysidro Lane? Anyone in the audience to speak to that item? Sharon, nobody?
Nobody, thank you.
All right, we'll close.
No,
public
thank you.
comment. Back to you, John.
And to that end, I'd like to move for approval of 788 San Ysidro Lane with the applicant to restudy the roof plan.
Do I have a second for that?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Seconded by Claire. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carried. All right, we'll close consent calendar items and we'll go to MBAR members informational briefings. Anybody have anything to add to the day? No, nothing.
Oh, I'm on finally.
I see Sam's on. Very good, Sam. So today we've got two absents, Tip and Dave Mindro will be out today. So,
Thank you.
all right. So item 6, we have any staff update?
I don't.
No.
Thank you.
I just wanted to remind the board that it is the first of the month, and I know we just took a vote about whether or not to continue our virtual meetings, but I think you had expressed interest in trying to get it on the first meeting of the month basis to make it consistent.
Which is actually the next item on the agenda.
Oh,
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yes, it is.
Awesome. Yeah,
Okay.
great.
We're here to item 7, reconsider the circumstances of the COVID-19. So,
Mr. Chairman, unless anyone has any comments they want to make, I am ready to move to continue virtual meetings only. Unless someone else wants to comment about it, please.
I'll second that.
Does
okay.
that have a time?
1 month.
1 month,
1 month.
1 month. Okay, fine. That's
January 1.
And Mr. Chairman, the findings on that are that COVID-19 has not, in my non-medical professional opinion, has not yet been solved, much less conquered, and that for the health and safety of the board members, as well as all participants in our meetings, we believe it is better to continue meeting virtually only.
Agreed. All right, so we have a second by Don, a motion by John, a second by Don. All those in favor of keeping?
Aye.
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 Bill,
Yes.
excuse me, Sharon.
Yes.
I apologize. I believe we're gonna have to vote at the next meeting as well, because there will be,
Oh, the other 2 members.
there's 30, no, that's fine. the 30 days between now and then first meeting in January.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
Would you check with county council? That says that August also, July also, anybody with 31 days, can you make sure it's not calendar?
No, I was told by my other county council for another meeting that it needs to, I can check, but
Yeah,
be
Please do
prepared.
that. Yeah, please do that. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Sharon. All
Thank
right,
you.
so we voted to all those in favor said aye, and opposed. All right, hearing no one, motion carries. All right, let's go on to the standard agenda, item 12340 Sycamore Canyon Road. We know Mike Holliday, you are online. Why don't you introduce your group and give us your presentation?
Sure. Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Michael Holliday, and I'm the architect for the project. Moritz Willen is also the project manager with our office, and Guillermo Gonzalez, who I don't see online yet, is our landscape architect. So he should be getting online here shortly. Moritz, why don't you follow up with him to make sure he's got the right information?
I think he is here, but he's under Mortis Willem's name down lower. He just
okay.
he needs to unmute.
Great. So that he'll be speaking at the end of my presentation. So we're the architect for the owners, Aaron and Colleen Stein, and this is a conceptual review item of an addition to the existing single-family dwelling of approximately 3,656 square feet, which essentially is a remodel. And so the structures currently exist on a parcel. There's a single-family dwelling of approximately 1,767 square feet, a garage of approximately 441 square feet, with an upstairs studio of approximately 493 square feet, as well as a number of sheds that are proposed to be removed, 3 sheds that are 362 square feet, along with the pool equipment enclosure. So our proposed project is going to be essentially remodeling the existing structures with a modest expansion, and is going to require less than 50 cubic yards of fill. So just a little bit of overview on the project. This gives you some orientation to the site. These site photos, it's set quite a ways back. That's a shot right from, you can't even really see the house from Sycamore Canyon unless you know, looking down that long driveway. That's what you see, is sort of that image in the upper left-hand corner. Yeah, and we're trying to work with the context of the existing structure. The photo on the kind of middle right over there is once you're inside and behind the hedge. That's what it sort of all looks like. Kind of a rambling ranch style home, 2 or 3 different architectural styles, and it's been added to over some time. So we can come back to these if there's any questions, but we've walked the neighborhood, met with the neighbors, and everyone seems to be pretty pleased with what we're proposing. These are just some additional site photos. There is a pool, which we're not proposing to remodel, but again, just more documentation of the existing structure. The second floor that you can see there. We'll go on to the next sheet. These are some of the interiors. We're completely renovating the whole interior of the building, but just more for you know, our information. If you go to the site plan, Bill, it'd be great. What we're doing today is sort of a conceptual review for the whole project. We hope to be back before you very soon, going for PDA, but this was sort of the big picture vision for the site, which is probably going to be phased into 2 phases due to budget constraints and costs and timing and so forth. So the existing driveway up there to the upper left is going to be retained and sort of enhanced, along with a entry gateway. And there currently is no circular turnaround. So that's something that we're adding to the site, so actually you can go in there and pull in. We're going to be planting a new tree in the center there. I'll let Guillermo talk about that. Some outdoor guest parking in the front, and the sort of pathway that meanders through that whole front yard area. So pretty generous yard, and we're trying to make the best use of it that we can. The master plan for this was to add the a new central courtyard to the front entry there, which is, you can kind of see with the, yeah, a little fountain area, a new front entry pergola, which is going to be in the phase one project. When I'm done, I'll tell you what our phase one project includes. It's going to be that. The addition to the right is the other thing. Bill, you can move over to, not that, that's the ADU, which is not part of our pro, but that right there is the addition of a master suite. And that will be included in this phase one that we come back to you with. And then the big future dream is the carport, which is out there in front. So that's not going to be, we're going to show that to you today, but we've just sort of planned around that and, integrated into the overall site. The other improvements are sort of to the existing house. It's going to be a new standing seam. Actually, it's going to be a asphalt shingle roof to match what was there. Then that new little entry element on the back, I'll walk you through the floor plan, but it's kind of helpful to look at the roof plan just to see what we're adding. That's going to be a new element that's added along with those sort of bocce ball court and outdoor patio. All of this is, it's invisible from the front and hardly even viewable from the neighbors' adjacent fences that go around, but that's kind of the scope of the project. The other elements that we are thinking in the future, if you just for the board's consideration, is the other driveway that's existing will be maintained, and then an ADU sometime in the future on that area. So yeah, there's a good, Guillermo will talk a little bit about the site plan in a minute, but this kind of gives you a sense for the concept, big picture master plan that we've been working on. Go to the next drawing. This is the existing house. We've already built a full Revit model of all of this. So we're, because it's taken us 11 weeks to get to this point, we've really gone as far as we can without getting the board's approval. But this is the addition to the house is the master bedroom suite on the right, this new little entry foyer in front, and then this courtyard, which is out in front. So yeah, the little covered patio on the back is just an addition on the back side of the house. So other than that, we're sort of just refinishing the exterior of the house. Go to the next slide. This is just a demo plan that shows what's being removed, what's being added. It's a very modest expansion and modification of the existing structure. Interior modifications, upstairs modifications, everything in red is being modified, and then minor proposed improvements to the upstairs. We can go to the next sheet and you can kind of get a sense for the elevation. Oh, here's roof plan. You can see we've done quite a bit of work to solve all the problems with the roof structure, and we've got our structural engineer involved. We're trying to sort of fast track this project as fast as we can through the review process. So we can come back to any of this if there's any questions from the board. This is the existing house. Just to give you a sense, it's kind of a mixed bag of kind of ranch style, not quite tract home, but got some of those elements. Plaster on the back, painted, and with an existing asphalt shingle roof that's been some added to over time. Probably the front elevation is the strongest, and that's the one we're working with. Some existing board and bat that we're working with. You can go to the next sheet there. Here's a little computer model image of what we're proposing to do, which essentially is a board and bat consistent all the way around the house. So there's no more mixture of different materials on the outside of the house. A new architectural grade asphalt shingle. We've got some colors and materials to show you here in the back. We've wrapped that new roof structure around over the garage, which you can see kind of integrates that piece, creating this sort of nice covered entry element. Even the carport in the future sits in front of that, but even our phase one, I think, will look pretty nice. The drawing on the bottom shows the wall that's proposed in this carport. And this will be a phase two addition, but it just sort of shows you we thought through the overall composition, and we think it's going to work pretty well for this, renovation and remodel of this house. Next slide. This is the rear and the side, trying to remain consistent with the existing, architectural intent. So we are adding a new stairway and access to that second floor little upstairs suite area and a covered open almost loggia area off the back of the house. All new windows, and there's a sort of mixed bag of windows and doors. Nothing matches. So we've really tried to think through that it looks consistent, and we think it's going to be a handsome addition to the neighborhood. Next slide. Yeah, these are the two kind of proposed west elevations, and with the carport and without the carport. We're just trying to show it both ways. Just gives you a sense for how that's going to ultimately be built when it's completed. The next image, color and materials, gives you a sense for what we're trying to do. It's kind of a modern farmhouse design motif. The asphalt shingle, the GAF timberline, is like a charcoal black color. Then these exterior fixtures that we're looking at are kind of a hammered, almost a charcoal black as well. So it's you can kind of, that image on the right in the middle there kind of shows these are some of the clients' images of what they'd like to see included with this. We were initially thinking about a standing seam metal roof, but that was just out of the budget. The finishes on the left, the siding and trim is that Benjamin Moore white. And then we're looking at going with a Merlex integral color smooth plaster. So it's sort of a soft, that or maybe a little bit lighter. The stair railings and everything else would be that Benjamin Moore kind of black. And then the painted wood and the beams kind of has that weathered stain look like that. So it's really a paint, but we're trying to stay consistent with the style. So we can come back and I can answer any questions that the board has about color and materials, but you can see this is ready for PDA, but we just tried to put as much in here as we could. I'm going to let Guillermo talk about the landscape plan because that's sort of the last part of our presentation before I talk about our next steps. So Guillermo, you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Guillermo Gonzalez. I'll be talking about the landscape at a concept level, as it was mentioned by Mike. There's going to be two phases. So right now the plan just shows the entire build up, but it's going to be phased out. Starting from Sycamore Canyon, there is some existing hedges there that we planning to keep and refresh. Some of the hedges are getting old, so we just want to refresh that, those hedges. And then we're adding new entry gates. So we want the landscape to be compatible with the neighborhood, but also mark the entrance and enhance the view from the street. As you come into the property, we keeping the hedges to both sides of the property, and we also keeping all the trees on side. We adding new trees right there in the center of the circle space. We adding a tall vertical tree that would help screen that garage addition, but it also provide a centerpiece for that outer court. Most of the front yard is have no trees or any elements now, so we're planning to add some additional trees to bring some interest. And also there is a big swell that kind of goes across the property that brings water from the neighbors. So we would like to naturalize that in space and make it more appealing to the neighbors. Right now is to the owners. Right now is a swell. So the idea would be to make it more natural and then maybe bring some wildlife interest to it. And the pool, as Michael said, will remain the same. We're just gonna re-landscape the edges to make it more attractive. And in the back of the property, same thing. We are adding some new terraces and adding some new planting, but otherwise it would just be very similar to what's there now. And that's what I have to say for now. I'm welcome to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Guillermo. And maybe while we're on this plan, we'll just talk about, and we mentioned a little bit earlier, Kimberly and Sharon, I know you guys are swamped down there at the county, but it's taken us almost 11 weeks since our concept to get to this stage. So we'd like to come back with our phase 1 scope. Yeah, let's look at this one, Bill. And we'd like to just tell you what that is, because we're hopeful that we could get PDA and final, and we're fully willing to include all the information that's required for landscape and civil and grading, because we know that'll be significant. But from the architecture, essentially it'll be everything that you're seeing here minus the carport will not be included, and the front wall for that little courtyard. So we're not really sure how much, yeah, that whole thing will be a future phase just based on budget limitations. But the other components of the house, as you see it here, will be included. Everything else, the ADU next to the pool and any other improvements will not be included. But what will be is the recessed front entry gates and the wall and some of the landscaping. So we've had this budgeted by a few contractors. The clients are very, very anxious to move forward. And so we're going to try to come back to you with a full, complete package that would be including that phase 1 scope for hopefully PDA and final, if that's appropriate. So that concludes our presentation. Guillermo and I are both here to answer any questions. But that's the overall project.
All right, thank you, Mike and Guillermo. Let's go to questions by the board. Sam, do you have any questions about the project?
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious on the property lines. Where are the neighbors? You know, say relating to that south property line in your play court. And are they close? Do you have any kind of way of showing the other properties, buildings, or is there maybe a Google Earth shot? Is that you doing that, Bill?
That's me doing it.
Yeah, that's great, Bill, if you can do that. These are fairly large properties and most everything is quite a distance away. Yeah, if you can zoom in on this would be really great, Bill. Just to give you
a for us, that's all we need to see.
Yeah, that's great. Way to go, Bill.
Yeah, there's a pretty significant buffer to all the structures, and that's our proposed project right there. You can see the pool and all the buildings are you know.
Yeah, there's not much right behind you. Yeah, okay. I guess additional questions are, how high is your patio at the house level to your back property line where you're proposing a play court back there? Is it 4 feet, 5 feet? 6 feet?
I'd probably say about 6 feet. You can see we got, we can look on the topo map there and see. So we got a 473 at that upper level, or 470 down there, and we're at 465. So yeah, you're at well, actually more than that. So we're talking probably about 7 to 8 feet on the backside by the time we get back to where the fence is. The other areas
going up to the house. Gotcha.
Yeah, you're going up into the end of the backyard. So the house is set down kind of in a valley. And one of the things Guillermo mentioned is we do have a stormwater. Actually, this is great, Bill. Look at this, scroll up a little bit to the survey, because we've got a fairly significant historical stormwater swale that goes across the site, which you can kind of see. And if you zoom out just a little bit, we're maintaining that. We're not changing the flow. We're just kind of creating a little dry Japanese stream bed element that's going to be enhanced, and that water will keep flowing the same direction as it always has. We've got a civil engineer on board that's determined that the existing stormwater drains can handle the anticipated 100-year flow. So, but in all overland, kind of emergency event, it's still going to flow right through this and maintain its historical path of flow.
Last question for me. Do you have any kind of design for what kind of gate system or pilasters, or what does your front entry to the street and the public look like? Do you have that conceptualized?
We don't yet, but when we bring that back, we'll have that fully dialed in. We're trying to do something that's compatible with the neighborhood, probably some wood gates, and also matches the house. So there's something there that sort of is compatible. We will, Sam, when we come back, we'll have that fully developed for you.
Thanks, Michael. And you're looking at 2 gates, right? One on either side.
That's right. There's going to be a gate at both entry driveways, and they're recessed back so you can get in off Sycamore Canyon and still have a vehicle parked there. So, but that's, it's a significant expense for those 2 gates and the entries. But those are the 2 driveway entries that are already there. We're just sort of maintaining them and enhancing them.
Thank you. That's all I have, Bill.
Okay. Thank you, Sam. John Watson, do you have any questions?
I do. 2 questions. FAR, we never went over that, please.
Yeah, we've got that back on the front, if you want to dial in the FAR calculator there.
Well, you have a part of a worksheet on here. What happened to the upper half?
Don't No, on that.
Okay, so and let me ask you a related question. Do you use a Macintosh to prepare your drawings, etc.?
No, we use PCs.
Okay, excellent. And it sounds to me like you are trying to eliminate the garage on this phase. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're infilling that if we look at the floor plan.
And
With the-
therefore, there's no covered parking on site in phase one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware that there is a code requirement that you have covered parking in Montecito, please? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, this is part of our discussion. If we have to include the carport like we have there, that's maybe have to be included. The
This
rest of
is a
the,
code requirement. You don't really have a choice.
yeah.
So anyway, that's a comment. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, John. Claire, did you have any questions?
Yes, I do. I'm wondering what our landscape architect referred to, the infilling the hedge along the Sycamore Canyon frontage. What is the material that's being proposed that's there and infilled?
There's some old pittosporum hedges, and if we can go back to the street view, you can see that, you know, they're old, they kind of getting leggy, and
that is an existing pittosporum hedge. That's what
correct.
Yeah, and you're just going to infill it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, fine. That's what my question was, because Sam took my gate question away.
Okay, is that it,
Yes.
Claire?
Yep, that's the only question
All
I
right,
really
thank you,
had.
Claire. Don Sharp, questions?
Thank you. I'm concerned about the phasing issue and how we say and approve now of something that may never be built or could be built immediately, and how that is broken apart from our approval or disapproval now.
Well, that's staff. I mean, that was good. I mean, I just let it go because he keeps saying that it's a two phase thing here, but he's filed for a permit for the whole thing. So I think for me, I'm a little confused as to what actually you're requesting, because you filed an application and you've also filed for an LUP for your land use permit. And this is what the planners, everybody's going to be looking at this, not phase two. So what you're proposing is phase 1 and 2 all in the same package.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. And maybe I can address your comments if you'd like.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so just like you guys typically want to see the big picture. Where are we going? What's the ultimate scheme of things? This is if budget money wasn't an issue, this was the project that would be proposing. 3 months ago when we submitted, we thought we were hopeful that our client could afford to build this all out in one phase. It's become clear based on all the increases and so forth that's going on in the construction market, that's not going to be possible. So as John mentioned, the 2-car carport is going to have to remain included. So really the elements that are not going to be included in this are going to be some of the exterior site work and the front entry gate and so forth. So our hope today was to get some positive comments for the overall design, solution, direction, and everything else. And then our goal is to come back with a fully developed phase 1 plan that you guys would actually grant PDA for, that would become the approved project that would carry forward.
I would recommend that you talk to your planner about what you're trying to do here.
Yes,
Okay,
we intend to do
back
that.
to us. Yeah.
All of this has happened since we've already submitted, and since we didn't want to modify our plans and we didn't have an opportunity to sort of scale it back, we said, let's stick with what we got, go to the board. We still believe this is the sort of beautiful big picture concept, but our phase 1 plan that we will come back to you as soon as we are able will be exactly what we're proposing to get the LUP approval for. This is just concept review and big picture idea.
Mr. Chairman, we are in questions from the board.
Yes, we are. Yeah. So let me thank you, Mike. We'll circle back on some suggestions like that too. So
Sure.
I have one couple of questions. Are these hardscape patios going right up to the property line and to the fence, or do you have? I don't see it here on this plan, but the landscape looks like there might be a little bit of buffer. This side doesn't show a buffer, and there's a little bit of greenery between the bocce. Are you planning to provide a little bit of greenery between?
Yes.
The scapes? Okay.
That we want to buffer all of that. It's very rural, classic Montecito feeling back in those areas. So the fences are all there and existing, and we're just planning to maintain and enhance and in some cases repair. But we do want to make sure that we've got landscaping, up against all of these areas to really, be as maintain that sort of rural Montecito feel for all the areas.
Got it. And last question I have is the light fixture that was selected, you said by the owner. The one looks fine, it's a downlight. The second one, are you going to modify this so that it meets night sky compliance? Or?
Yeah, it's going to have to be dark sky compliant. So whether it's we like the glass area, so we'd have to modify the actual, bulb and shield it so we know it can't be fully transparent. But again, to show you guys where we're headed, that will be all fully flushed out when we come back with our PDA, preliminary design. And we'd like to be agendized for preliminary and final at the same time with the scope that's proposed as far as our project.
Okay, great.
Bill, before you go, I thought of two more questions. Sorry to take it out.
Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, I've got one question for the planner, maybe Kimberly. Is that sport court planned right up against the property line, inside the setback? Any kind of a land use issue? Question, the way they show it, it just goes right up against what would be a back fence. So that's a question to the planner. And then the question for the landscape architect, I heard Michael say you had fencing. Is there fencing that's in the front too that's going to attach to those new gates? Is that existing fencing, or is that proposed way out there on the edge of the road?
There's an existing wall, and no, there is no fence in front. It's just an existing wall.
It's short. It's a short wall.
It's a short wall. Correct. And then there's the hedges, and you can see it on the street photo.
You may or may not attach with your new gates. You'll show us that next time.
Correct.
Kimberly, about that play court, is there any issue with land use?
There is not. It's always weird because it's flat work, and so it always gives us pause. But because it is the rear yard setback, you can have accessory uses in the rear yard. Any structural components of that court, such as fencing, et cetera, would also have to meet the ordinance requirements with regard to height and coverage, et cetera.
What about trash and this water feature? Are those okay in the side yards?
There are specific provisions for trash. I would have to read the ordinance to look at the setback criteria. If it's just enclosed and not covered, it's generally if the wall or fencing enclosing it is 6 feet or less in height, it's fine. The pool cannot be in the side yard setback, and it looks like what they're showing is that the water line stops at that, what I think is a 10-foot setback there.
But there's a little water feature fountain element here with what looks like a runnel or something that is in that setback on the side. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. And I think there is also a provision for encroachment into the side yard. It may fall within that criteria. The planner would have to look at that a little more carefully with respect to the ordinance. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Might be okay as a certain size, but not much bigger than whatever.
Right. You can have detached accessory structures, and it gets, again, flat work always gets weird. But there are provisions for art and things. It's a height issue when it gets into the side and rear setbacks. And since this is on grade, I think it probably will be fine.
Yeah, I could just maybe clarify. The reason that's there is to address the stormwater concern on the uphill side, because we're kind of at the bottom of the valley. So that little runnel and catch basin actually ties into a water system. So it's not there for, and we thought we'd make something beautiful out of it, but it's all going to be well down below the 6-foot high fence. We don't know if it's 2 or 3 feet high, but the civil engineers spent a lot of time addressing sort of the debris flow concerns. If we were to get a microburst on the hillside above this area, we want to make sure we're not going to get our house flooded. So there's going to be a little diversion runnel and a catchment basin there, which is what that is, not some sort of large fountain or certainly not a pool element.
Right, and there is a runnel going down.
Yes.
Right now to bring that water. So we're just taking that and making it more attractive.
All right. Thank you for the explanation. Okay, let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item 12340 Sycamore Canyon Road? Anyone, Sharon? Sharon, are you there? I don't see any hands raised. Is Sharon still there? Am I?
Let's move on.
Okay. All right. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. We'll go to board members' considerations and findings. John Watson, what do you think about this project?
Generally speaking, I think that it's a nice project. Obviously, something's going to have to be done about the garage or carport. I assume that means a carport. Number 2, I think that the FAR worksheet does need to be put on the plans, and please get that carefully done so it's not only for our benefit, but for the planners. I also think that your project description is incorrect on the agenda. I would ask that you'd work with the owner, with the planners to make sure that's correct. And the 2 more things. We as a board have adopted an informal policy on how white the whites are in Montecito. Being 84 LRB, you're at 85.27 according to the web. If you could just study another color, just tone it down a little bit. And then the last thing, some of the questions that Sam and Bill were going at kept alluding to the development, which is basically shown side yard to side yard and almost all of the rear yard. To me, that's not semi-rural, and it's not low intensity, and it's not maintaining sort of the texture of the community. So for my vote, I would have to see that you are providing significant amount of hedging and landscape buffering to your neighbors. Even if the neighbors are already providing that for you, everybody gets to do it on their own property to help create the entire community. And it may require reconsidering the location on the bocce court or the elimination of it. I think that there are places up in the northern side which might actually be nicer. I'm not sure exactly where you are on Sycamore, but my guess is that you have a view of the mountains up there. On the north side of this property and on the master bedroom area, and it might actually be more interesting to be able to view from there. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Sam, your comments.
Yeah, I agree with John. Generally, it's a nice upgrade. The property direction architecturally looks nice, and then completing kind of the master plan of better driveway, better access up in front, more of a formal courtyard entry. All those things look like good design. I would like to see the civil work you're talking about, because that's come up a few times. I think you're doing some good drainage and accentuating the drainage in an aesthetic way, which is nice. I'd like to see a full landscape plan, trees and existing things shown, as well as new proposed things shown, and certainly your gates and how that frontage, which is the public side, is really going to look with your hedging and your proposed pilasters and gate, whether they're materials that match or there's something unique. So you said you'd bring that back. And then John's point about kind of pushing the boundaries on all the property lines, that the ADU looks like it's just smashed in the corner, really doesn't have a lot of buffer. Maybe just, flush that out more so it feels like respected the setback areas, you respected kind of the neighborhood with, pulling yourself off the edges of the backyard, side yards. But generally, I think you've got a good winning project going. You just need to soften that push towards all the boundaries.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Don Sharp, your comments.
Thank you. I agree with the prior comments about it's a major upgrade to a sort of a mediocre house, and I certainly applaud that. I have a couple concerns, and that is that you make sure you get your fire department approval or have them look at it and give some suggestions. Also, the phasing still is a concern of mine, and the fact that the working drawings to get a building permit really have to be what we approved.
Yep.
And if you're going to do all the working drawings, the phasing to us is somewhat meaningless, and we're looking at the entire project. Also, the FAR issue, I would like to see that if we pretty well worked out next time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Don. Claire, comments?
I have no other, I agree with all the comments that have been made. And so I don't think I need to take any more time other than to say that just listen to the tape, and those comments would be, I would be aligned with comments. I think part of the struggle that I've had is that in your first drawing, which I think is the landscape drawing, I think it's just kind of, it's very loose. So it's very hard for us to really tell what is being proposed here. And that's why I think what on the property lines, I mean, you're not going to get, your planner is going to go, wait a second, you can't have that over here in the, inside the setback or outside of the setback, however we say that. And I think it's a little bit, I think it's the issue for me is the graphics as we see it right now. So just have a look at all of that. And Mr. Makos gave you a nice list of things that he would like to see when you come back.
Sure, we'll get it all cleaned up.
All right, thank you, Claire. Yeah, I agree with all that. I think, Mike, you've done a good job on the building. It looks really nice. Work with your planner on getting your phasing thing. It sounds like you're going to need to do your carport, though.
Yes.
Everything else looks good, and I agree with the other board members' comments. So I guess we can give you kind of concept review and
return preliminary final. Yeah. This is a fairly simple construction.
Yeah.
There's no reason to hold it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, John.
Final. Okay. Very good.
I agree. Okay.
I agree.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Let's go to item 2, Montecito Water District. It's near 495 East Mountain Drive. It's Southern California Gas Company. Do we have the applicant online? Please give us your name and show us your project.
Yes, hello. Timothy Mahoney with Southern California Gas Company, and I'd like to have my team members introduce themselves. Gary, why don't you start?
Tim, excuse me, Tim, just for a second, let me read real quick the planner comments. Proposed location of the new utility poles potentially visible from East Mountain Drive and may have a visual impact on the area. Please comment on the location of the proposed utility pole and the possible screening methods. Okay, thanks, Tim. Sorry.
Certainly. Thank you for reading that, Mr. Chairman. Gary, would you like to start off introducing yourself, and then we can go through the team?
Sure. Thanks, Tim. Gary Wilcox, Project Manager, Southern California Gas Company. Olivia.
Hi, the screen says Elizabeth, but my name is Olivia Gutierrez, and I'm the Project Manager for this site location, and I'm with SoCalGas.
Okay.
Al, I'm not sure if Al is able to speak. He was able to get in as a participant, but not a panelist. But Al Vasquez is our engineer, and he is on the phone ready to answer any questions if needed.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Go ahead, Tim.
So thank you all. Southern California Gas Company, this is part of our advanced meter project where the California Public Utilities Commission has required all of the investor-owned utilities to come up with safety improvements, energy efficiency improvements, and use new technology to assist the customers with better customer service. So what the advanced meter program is very similar to Edison's smart meter. We read the gas meter that's at your house and my house electronically via cell phone technology. And in order to do that, we have pole-mounted data collection units. And we are today before the Board of Architectural Review to show you what a pole-mounted data collection unit looks like. So we try and co-locate these facilities in existing locations where there's already utility activity. The pole that you see here is a proposed pole at the Montecito Water District property. We like to have water district properties like this because they're up high, and then that data collection unit, that little box that you see, can read more meters if in a higher location. If it's buried in a valley, it reads less of the residential and commercial meters of the customers. So as you can see, the pole is a pretty much of a standard styled utility pole. It's a free burial. There's no cement. We just drill a hole, drop the pole in there. The data collection unit is that silver box that you see. And then on the crossbar are two whip antennas that pick up and send the transmission signals. From this box, it goes to a larger facility at our gas company base on Montecito Street, an existing facility there, and then that's relayed down to the central office for gas company in Los Angeles. And essentially the customer then receives the same bill that he always receives in the mail every 30 days. And the billing cycle remains the same. The service remains the same. Instead of a person in a car, as we generally call them, a meter reader, going to your house and my house, it's now read electronically. So that's pretty much the project that we've come to you for, and certainly answer any questions that you may have.
Very good. Thank you, Tim. Let's go to questions of the board members. John Watson, do you have any questions? John, are you there? Are you muted?
I am there. Thank you. I try to stay as quiet as possible here. Okay, so there's no possibility to co-locate in this area of Montecito? Tim?
Would that be John co-locating on an existing pole?
Yes, that are already littering our community, I might add, parenthetically.
Gary, can you answer that question better than me?
Yeah, I'll take that. No, in this particular area, unfortunately, we are unable to co-locate on an existing utility pole in the public right-of-way. This is a unique instance where we were able to partner with the Montecito Water District, who has a project very similar to ours. And if you go back to the one slide previous, you could see their equipment on top of ours. So really, we're installing one new pole. But in the event we didn't co-locate with Montecito, the water department there, you would actually entitled be having two new poles potentially in the public right of way.
Okay.
So yes and no, right? It's not a traditional co-location where we're utilizing existing infrastructure, but we are looking out for the community in the best way by partnering with our other utility there in Montecito. So
Okay, so then a corollary to that question, did Montecito Water District has come before this board asking for this kind of a metering system already. I believed we had given them 100% approval for all of their requests. Are you now suggesting that they did not include this area of Montecito in their previous request, and therefore you need to provide the new pole and not them?
So I'm not.
John, we never saw this location for Montecito Water District. That was never part of their proposal.
Okay, thank you. That's they are being tricky. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, we're not. Yeah, we're not here to speak on behalf of Montecito Water Department. We're here to speak.
I understand. It's fine, Gary. Thank you.
Yeah.
I understand. I got the information I need. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, thank you, John. Don Sharp, questions?
Well, the obvious one is, have you explored other methods or locations that would be less visually obtrusive to the citizens of Montecito?
So the answer to that, Mr. Sharp, is yes, right? And the way we are limiting the aesthetics or the potential view shed of your residence there is we're taking it out of the public right of way, which us as a investor-owned utility have the right to be in the public right of way. We're putting it up at an elevation where it should be very, very minor visibility by co-locating and actually putting it inside Montecito's property up there. We're out of the public right of way. We're out of the public view shed.
Yeah.
Okay, how wide is the total width of the cross arm?
The total width of the cross arm, I believe, there's the engineering drawing.
Mm-hmm.
4 feet.
4 feet. But they are very, very small. They are 4 feet wide.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Don. Claire, any questions? Claire, are you there?
No, I have no questions. I was actually going to make a statement, but when we get to things, I'll just, because my statement is that you're not going to see this from anywhere. I've walked to the site. I know exactly where the pole is. And
is that a question, Claire?
No, I know, but I'm trying to move this along, John, because we keep
is that a question,
about
Claire?
as though you can see this. It's not in the right of way. It's up the hill. You can't see the thing from anywhere.
Okay, thank you, Claire. We'll circle back on that.
Yeah.
Sam, did you have any questions?
Yeah, with this kind of Google rotating plan, where is that pole located? Is it on the forward part of the site towards the street, or is it in the back towards the water reservoir? I can't really tell.
It's right here.
It's right there. Okay, in that corner. So it's closer to the street than if it were in the back of the property. And it's on the top of the slope. I got it. And then the other question I have is, can the color of that box that contrasts the pole be changed? Is it something that can blend in to the darkness of the pole and make it a little less noticeable? Can you enlighten that for me?
Yes, Sam. So we can powder coat it to actually all that equipment there that you see on the bottom part. For the SoCal gas equipment, we can powder coat it and basically make it match the color of that utility pole, so it could all be brown and kind of blend in with the background.
Thank you. That's great. So that's my questions.
Okay, all right. And my question is kind of along the lines of Sam's, is can it be located at the back of that lot, not at the front, which would ensure even less visibility, that is, less visibility than more? Is that an optimum location, or can it be moved to the back corner of the lot, I guess is the question.
From what I recall, there was some pipelines that ran back. So that's a reservoir station for Montecito. And I believe there were some pipelines and some underground infrastructure. So we wanted to avoid all that. And then also you have a ESH buffer zone there on your right-hand side. So we wanted to kind of get it as far to the west as possible. and also keep it secure in a secure location, which that gate there, you can see it. So it's behind the gate. So that way nobody will really be able to, touch it or mess around with it at all.
Right.
There's also a driveway area up there in the front with vehicles coming in, and this way it's away from the vehicle entry and exit.
Oh, is there a gate right here?
Yes, there's a gate there.
Got it. All right. Got it. Okay, that was all I had for questions. Okay, let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item number 2, the SoCal Gas Advanced Meter Site? Sharon, anybody? No? Seeing no one, hearing no one, we'll close public comment and go to members of the board comments. John Watson, what are your comments on this?
I think it is, as has been located in as visually prominent a location on the Montecito Water District's property as it could be. And I think that that's unfortunate. I've been on the board a little bit over 8 years, and I've been out on site visits for utility poles 50 times, 40 times. I love these poles because I get to drive around really remote areas of Montecito. I would like to go and see this. If it's good enough for us to go and look at cell towers, we should go and take a look at this. And I would want you to be prepared during the site visit to address being able to move it as far to the east as possible so it begins to blend with those trees. Now, we hear different stories from different people about the signals, the RF signals being blocked by leaves. I'm not sure that I necessarily agree with that, but I keep hearing it. So I would like to do the site visit, and I'd like to be able to address alternate locations on this site when we're there so that we can make sure it has the minimum visual impact on the community while still being functional as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, John. Sam, what are your comments?
I really agree with John. I think when we looked at these numerous pole locations for all the different modernizations that we've been dealing with for a number of years, maybe even a decade, we've tried to see where we could screen it, where there was some adjacent planting. Could we move it up against a group of trees? To John's point, I think there's trees on the east side of that same little parking area that it might scoot over towards, still be as high, still be as tall, and it just wouldn't be as prominent as this solitary vertical element is all by itself. So I'd like to see it move to a place that's adjacent to some existing landscape that still gives it its functionality, that makes it kind of disappear into the leaves and branches of a tree. So yeah, if you were to come into that, what would be, I guess, a southeast corner versus a southwest corner with that same pole height, you'd be above the trees. You'd be in a good signal condition. You'd be kind of away from what is a blank, barren spot where it sits as this big century sticking up all by itself. So I'd like to see it explored in a new location. I'd also like to see the colors of the boxes blend, and maybe the boxes spun if they could be on the backside. So we have a more slender view towards Mountain Drive, if it could be seen at all. It's more of just a pole without a bunch of things hanging on the sides or the saddlebags. So a little bit of maneuvering may be possible, and that would be my hope, and that's my comments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sam. Don Sharp, what are your comments?
Well, I have no further comments. I think John and Sam have covered it very well. And as I said, I have no further comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Claire, your comments?
Well, I began making my comments, but I'll repeat them. Because I have done my own site visit. I walked up that driveway, and actually the placard is down at the bottom of that driveway. So I walked up there, And I've looked at I walked around the site where it's being proposed. And from my point of view, Mountain Drive, East Mountain Drive is down below. You're not going to be able to see this pole. It's up much higher than Mountain Drive. So from the public, then the public's never going to see this pole. So that's just my take in it. I think we keep looking at these Google photographs. Yeah, see, if you're down here on Mountain Drive, you can't see the pole. So, you know, I mean, we can do, everybody else can do a site visit, but for me, I have no problem with it. And I do think that Sam's recommendation to pay off the boxes, and then everybody else can go do a site visit and we'll come back. That's my comments, because I don't think anybody's ever going to see this anywhere, you know.
Okay. Thank you, Claire. Yeah, I think that, you know, I like Sam's comments, color of the units going to the brown, gray, kind of camouflage as much as you can, turn it to the back side as best you can. And I would say move it off the slope edge there back into here if it's possible, still keeping it within the fence. I know you'd mentioned you have an ESH buffer over in here because it looks like there's a creek. So you may.
These are all oak trees surrounding that.
Yeah, so you may be challenged over there to put it in that area. But on this side, maybe because it's existing drive, et cetera, maybe there's a way to put it back in there. And I would suggest, you know, looking at that as an option if it'll work functionally. Happy to do a site visit as well. So that being said, you were here for concept review. I guess we further that with the site visit. And then, you know, if you've got enough information here, I would imagine that if everything's okay in terms of the location, then we could give you the okay. But, you know, let's do a site visit, get some comments, and we'll continue with further conceptual review.
Mr. Chairman, I think it ought to come back preliminary final.
Okay.
Me too, me too.
All right.
I agree.
Okay.
Yes. We'll figure out the location and then we'll cut them free and let them rock and roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Mr. Chairman, board members, this is Olivia. Can I just make one comment to address some of the questions that were made in the comments?
Oh, you're the engineer, right?
And I'm the project manager.
Oh, project manager.
Yes.
Sure. If you can paraphrase.
I will make it quick. One of the biggest concern is moving it over to closer to the fence line over by the trees. One of the reasons that might be very challenging is because there are those trees there, and that would put our pole in critical root zone. And we, per the ordinance, we have to stay out of that area, which is why it's in the location we chose, because at that location, we stay out of those critical root zones and far enough away from the that creek over there that puts it in environmentally sensitive habitat. I just wanted to make you aware of that. Thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. We'll see you.
Mr. Chairman, just should we, SoCal Gas, work with the staff to arrange the date and the time of the site visit?
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
Get with your
perfect.
planner, figure out the timing, and then we'll be on the agenda next to see when we can get out there.
Okay, perfect.
We'll establish that. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go on to item 3. 410 Pimento Lane. 410 Pimento. Okay, the applicant online, please introduce yourself and give us your presentation.
Well, that was fast. I just dropped him off 3 hours ago. Thanks, Andrew.
Do we have the applicant? I'm not hearing them.
I'm here. Do you see me? It's Michelle McToldridge with Shelter
Oh, yeah.
Architecture.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Michelle.
Sorry, I was hearing a Claire in the background. So I'm the architect for Mike and Patty Denver, and this is a pool pavilion. We made a strategic move to separate the pool permit from the pavilion permit so that could get underway a few months earlier. So at this time, the pool equipment, and all the hardscape and walls have already been permitted. So we are just looking at a freestanding pavilion structure. It's enclosed. These are some of the site photos. That is the view towards their backyard. That's their backyard fence from an alley that connects to Lower Manning Park. Though there's kind of a back entrance to the park from there. The pavilion, as it's cited, is the darker square on the site plan you have up there. It's in the very back corner. The street is over there way off to the left, and that alley is on the right, and there's another home between this one and Schoolhouse Road. So it's tucked in the back and really isn't visible from any neighboring properties or even the street. And it's a simple structure that is enclosed about 2/3 of the walls and the rest remaining open. It's intended as a dining pavilion, a bar, and outdoor kitchen area, and serves as some pool accessory storage. We did a remodel in addition to the house a few years ago.
Like oatmeal.
Sorry. So the same colors and finishes will be used here. It's a simple white board and batten design, cementitious type board and batten for the high fire area. And in this case, we're going to carry the large timber roof rafter framing members all the way through and let that be exposed inside of the structure as well. This will all be painted white, and there's a standing seam metal roof in a dark bronze color, which actually matches the entry at the existing home. And we've also matched that same low slope roof slope that we have on the house as well. So it's a really basic little structure tucked in the back there, but does carry through the same architecture as the home and the additional accessory structures on site.
All right, thank you, Michelle. You completed your presentation. Okay, let's go to questions of the board. Don Sharp, did you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
All right, Claire, did you have any questions?
No.
No, Don, John Watson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Michelle, I know it's under a separate permit, but would you consider a more sound resistant enclosure on the pool equipment than what you have shown now? Both taller and a different material. It looks like it's wood frame.
Back was intended as a block wall, and there are wood gates on the front of it. So at least that buffers some of the sound. And then it aims toward the alley, and there is an existing hedge as well. So I do know what you're saying, because I hear pool equipment more and more often, and they're not as quiet as they say they are. So we can talk about making sure that landscape stays in and that there's a lot of buffering around it.
Very good, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, John. Let's see, Sam, any questions?
Well, I guess Bill, thank you. The reason why the pavilion is allowed to be in the rear setback, I see you've done a encroachment to side yard kind of averaging, and you've done something for the side, but is there a reason that this pavilion is allowed to be in the rear setback?
Less than 12 feet high, less than 30% of the rear yard setback.
Is that it, John? Okay.
That's it.
We did calculate it as a exchanged area, and our planner pointed out that was not necessary at this height limit. So
Interesting. Okay. So you've got a bedroom that encroaches a pool, and it's just the combination of the encroachment starts to be a big push into the rear yard is what I'm seeing, but it seems like it's legal. So that's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you, Sam. And I don't think.
No, I do not have any questions.
No questions from you, Claire. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so the alley, I guess I was trying to figure out, you said it was on the back side of that. So So that's what this is right here on the property? That's the alley back there that you're talking about, right? You see that? Michelle?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, got it.
And
Okay.
there is a letter as well. I think it's from the neighbor directly next
Oh, yeah, we'll get to
door
that in a
with
minute.
the matching pool on that side.
Yeah, we'll, speaking to that, let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item number 3? 410 Pimento Lane. Anyone? No? Okay. We do have a letter. It looks like it's in support, as I recall. I'll read the last part. I'm glad to express my support for the project. It's consistent with improvements previously made, and they have been considerate in designing the project in a manner that won't impact our view or noise. We're lucky to have such considerate neighbors. Very good. Okay, let's close public comment. We'll go to comments from the board members. John Watson, what are your thoughts on this?
I think that the project itself is very nice. I would very much, even though it's under separate permit and probably not under our direct ability to comment, I will do it anyway. If you could find a way to increase the sound resistance to the neighbors, I think that it would be better for the community. And I believe this should come back for preliminary and final on consent. Nice project.
Yeah. Does anyone have anything else besides that to add?
No.
No.
Move it along.
All right, let's move it along. We'll give you, why don't you come back for preliminary and final on consent with the comments that John made about looking into the sound of the pool equipment, right, John? That's what you're addressing, was mostly looking into how to reduce the amount of sound coming off the pool.
Yeah, even if the enclosure got a little bigger, now it may be too late in terms of permitting and all that, but we can take care of visual with a hedge. You cannot take care of audio with a hedge. So that's it.
Okay, great.
Awning over it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go on to item number 4. 630 Hot Springs Road. That was the one we went to the site visit for today. And Don Nolte, are you online? You want to give us your team members' names, or if you have team members?
Panel members are Robert Foley and Rob Madej.
Okay.
And myself.
Okay, go ahead, Don.
Do you want to go over any of the comments from the last time, or we're going to just start at the first seat?
I looked for those minutes and I don't have.
You're not out. You're not out. Yeah, so let's just start with the drawing. I think we'll go over all of them. If you could key up the first sheet.
Want the site plan existing?
The cover sheet with the rendering on it.
Oh, okay, all right. And we'll take a quick look at the FAR.
Yeah, last time we were discussing what the style of the house was, and it's going to be a contemporary version of a East Coast style house with plank siding and slate roofs, and with more contemporary detailing inside and a few places outside. What you're looking at there is the cabana, and there's a swimming pool between the family room of the house and the cabana. When you go to the next drawing is the original site plan. I have that zoomed. Can you show the whole? My view looks like it's zoomed. Can you condense that?
Yeah, I can back out like that.
I'm not seeing the whole page.
Oh.
Oh, well, I think we are. I think we are.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I have some setting.
Yeah, your thing on
the side. I'm 50%. Okay, so the property, Hot Springs, is on the left, and you'll notice that there are 3 driveways, 3 addresses. And so, it's one parcel, but there's been 3 families living here. So there's a lot of roads and infrastructure and this was something that was very important to our clients originally, to have them knowing that there was a historical use similar to this. And of course, we're working with this near the second drive at 630, and we're going to move our entrance to the left side of a very large eucalyptus tree that so that the new tree will be on the right side instead of on the left. So that's where we're coming with our new driveway. So on the northern property line, you'll see there's a white cottage that's in the center of the, right there. And on the upper right-hand corner is a very dilapidated old barn, but it's really old and cool. It's not safe to walk in. And we'll get some good photo documentation of that. I discussed that with the clients and they're very eager to do that. And then on the east property line, there's another structure right there. And that was a single family house. And we're going to use that during construction for an office. We haven't included that in our accessory use right now to keep those buildings. And then the center of the lot was where a home was, the original home. And you can see the sort of that flat area, which was parking right in the center of the lot. We're planning to build there and be framed in between two large trees, a star, a monkey puzzle tree, and then another one of these giant iron bark eucalyptus trees, which you'll see in further drawings. And you can go to the next page, please. So you can see our drive in the middle of the property heading in, weaving in between oaks. We've done as good a job as we can so far. We only need to relocate a couple of the 3 trees, and that's due to the tennis court. You'll notice is no longer in the southeast corner, but it's moved to the northwest, but it's not crowding our setbacks. That will be built in on the north end and flush with grade on, I'm sorry, and a little out of the grade on the south end. We have our drive there wise, or has a T, I guess, to the guest house, which is located at the bottom. You'll see a 1-story guest house right there, and with the parking area and a turnaround for the fire department. And we connected this with a narrower drive originally up to the house, up along the east property line, but the fire department really liked having that access to this deep part of the community here. This fronts on several other properties. So he's requiring us to have access for equipment. And further up the property, the northeast corner is where we have the swimming pool and cabana at the end of that pool. And in the very upper right-hand corner, we have the overflow garage, a 2-car garage there, and storage for equipment and machinery and storage. And then you'll recall last time we had a 5-car garage, and we have taken 2 of those and recessed them into the back retaining wall, a little up and left right there. And so we were in between, wasn't threatening any trees, so we did push 2 more cars into that area. The house no longer is over guidelines. We're at 100%. Using the 7.01 acres that we have in gross area. And maybe Rob Midday would like to carry on here, and then he can go through several drawings that his office has worked on.
Sure, thanks, Don. And I think you hit the main points in terms of the significant changes between this plan and what you saw at the last go around is the elimination of a pond element that's kind of below or south of the lawn area south of the house. And you'll see there's 2 amoeba-like shapes there. That's referencing what will be evolved as we continue in the grading and stormwater studies, but those will be stormwater retention basins. We imagine there's going to be a significant amount of infiltration that will be buried underneath the lawn, and then the overflow from those due to capacity or max infiltration will work their way down into those infiltration basins. I think the next sheet actually will be helpful as well. So you could please move to the next slide, Bill. Great, thank you. So you're looking at the same plan underneath. The red overlay is what we came to you with the first go around. And you can see in the southeast corner, that's where the tennis court and some parking and some trees, some oak trees were being slated to be removed. As Don mentioned, that is now slid over to the northwest corner of the property. And there are 3 oak trees in that area that are actually of moderate to small size that we're going to be able to relocate easily. And so we'll be moving those down back to the southeast corner of the lot. You can see we had a looped drive system before, and we continue to do so now, but you'll see that there's been some significant shifts away from the southern property line, and also not as significant, but still a fairly significant move on the eastern property line. So now the edge of that fire department required road is, I think, at its closest 10 feet from that eastern property line. You can, next sheet, please. And this is a high-level diagram taking a look at the pre and post impervious surfaces. The lower image, the worst diagram, yellow is showing all of the impervious driveway surfaces, and then the impervious building surfaces. And the upper diagram is essentially showing the same thing. The takeaway here is that we're actually reducing the amount of impervious surfaces on this project, mainly by making all of our driveway surfaces permeable. Next sheet, please. And this is a quick rendering of that entry gate that Don was referencing earlier. There's a significant eucalyptus tree on the right-hand side of the gate there. It's recessed, I think, close to 40 to 50 feet back from the road edge along Hot Springs there. So very minimal and downplayed, but uniquely sited between some significant specimen trees there. And we also have a preliminary plant palette there that we're working through and will be evolving as the project continues. Next sheet, please. And this sheet here, again, a very high level diagram illustrating the cut and fill on the site. So essentially there's a cut fill line on the north face of the building where the house is sited in such a way that the north elevation of the building is essentially at grade. The grade slopes from north to south. So at the south face of the residence and essentially the patios on the south face, we're about 4 feet out of grade there. And then we kind of chase grade down at a gentle slope, and we kind of feather the grade out and meet adjacent existing grade. And on the north end of the property, you can see where the cut line, the cut color, which is green, is essentially stopping along a northern property line wall. And at max height, that's about 6 feet tall. And also, as Don mentioned, you can see the tennis court. It's a basically straight cut fill exercise, and we're not really expanding much beyond the footprint, if any, of the tennis court in terms of our cut and fill. And the idea here is, of course, to balance our cut and fill. And the reason it looks like there's more fill than cut is because of the 5 to 6 foot retaining wall cut on the north side, and kind of our light touch feathering of grade as we work our way south. There's, of course, those 2 specimen trees in the center of the property. We will be managing that and we'll be deferring to those areas, so those actually won't receive fill as indicated here. But I think you get the larger picture of what's happening here. Next slide. That actually probably goes back to you, Don. We can skip these probably next 2 slides. This is a preliminary drainage plan. Yeah, we can bounce right over this. And I think we'll roll right into site sections, and Don can speak to these.
So we've cut 3 sections through the building just to show how we've approached this. And we didn't want high walls on the back. There is a spot where 2 guests park right opposite the front door where it's 7 and 8 foot high, but other than that, there's 6 and 5 and down to 0 foot high retaining walls. We want this feeling that you can walk off from the pool terrace, from the back terrace of the house, just a 6-inch step off. So between our basement and crawl space and the pool excavation, and then the excavation in this parking area, we think we'll have all we need to create this generous slope. You saw it looks larger than a football field. this is, you know, we're trying to get it as gradual as possible so that you can play on it and run around and not have it so steep. We're right, you know, depending on where the cut is, you can see our maximum height is the line shown. Depending on where we are in the where you make your section cut, the height goes from 37 plus to maybe 36. So next slide. This is the basement floor plan. And it is larger than the last time you saw it. And it's some of the functions that we took from above ground with gone below ground, which I think exactly what the guidelines ideal was. Next slide. Main floor. So you can see the covered terrace in the center of the building. So from the story pole that you saw today, of course, we wireframed the front as if that's not penetrated, but that actually is a two-story balcony that creates shade and shadow on the house. It's south facing. In the entry court, we have pronounced the entry, pulled it forward a little bit, and it's a 1.5 story. It's a 2-story structure, but the wings on the left and right are 1.5 story. And then you can see on the very left corner there, the garage is a 3-bay garage now. And then upstairs, there's another balcony along the south, and the master wings on the left side, and some other bedrooms are on the right side. Roof plan, we do have a flat area of the house right in the middle. And otherwise it's a gable, a slate roof. This is the floor plan for the guest house and roof plan. It's pretty straightforward, hasn't changed much. The cabana, if you're looking on the left side, is facing the north. So we have some windows and doors that will open up indoor ceiling outdoors, and we have a barbecue area in there, a fireplace, and we hope a really good view on either side of that fireplace, the mountains. This is one of the garages that I mentioned in the northwest corner, and then you can see the storage compartments on that on the left side, and there's a roof plan too, a simple gable. And this is a little gatehouse up by the tennis court. We have a major entry and a minor entry, and we want packages and drop-offs and things like that to come on the more northern entry that we proposed. And there's a little gatehouse there that we're showing in stone. And then the house, this is the top view, is the south. And the left would be the west elevation you would see coming in from the hot springs. The east elevation shows the 1.5 story family room. The gable up at the higher level is off the master suite. And then the gable you see there is the garage. And then on the entry side, you can see the 2-story gable that we pulled out there. That's going to be stone clad, and we're going to use this. The property is going to have stone at the guest house, at the gatehouse, and on the wainscot here at the main house and the entry. And that's the elevations of the guest house. And this is, the upper left is what we would see with the cabana with the doors closed and the fireplace beyond. This has a little different architecture. It's going to have this gable ceiling is going to have a ceiling just kind of floating, give you really an indoor-outdoor experience with the high glass in the gables. And we have a couple of garages that look just like this, that are independent. One that's pressed into the back retaining wall, and that one in the upper northwest corner. And I think that's it.
Great. Mr. Chair, where are you?
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. Okay, very good. Thank you, Don. Let's go to questions of the board members. Sam Maphis, did you have any questions?
Only a couple. You guys have an arborist engaged on some of your oak tree kind of stuff?
Yeah, Duke.
Yeah, Duke
Okay.
is, and he just called a while ago, and he's going to come in tomorrow to discuss some mitigation choices. He wants to give us some options. So
Excellent. Okay. Rob, you mentioned the driveway material being permeable, and I know there's a lot of it. So I'm just curious, what kind of material are you proposing to use there?
Yeah, thanks, Sam. We haven't quite sorted that out, but I imagine the main drive will be some sort of precast concrete paver unit, and probably the service drive as well. And maybe we'll differentiate the sizes somewhat for a little hierarchy of materials out there. The Cabana Road and kind of attached fire road, that will probably be some sort of permeable gravel with plastic geogrid type of fire department rated load carrying capacity for that area. Yeah, so the idea is to try to make it as informal and organic as possible.
Sam, we will be a combination of, we want enhanced paving. So there's some areas maybe it won't be impervious, like right in front of the house. It might be natural cobbles, but so it's going to be playing back and forth. We know the number. We'll eventually know the numbers we have to reach, and it's just a matter of math.
You're doing so much treatment and stormwater stuff. You can probably do a lot of variety as you need to, based on all the water you're treating. I guess the other question is, guys, I know you're kind of smoothing out that lower south lawn, and it seems to come to a point on the east side where it's up against the road. I'm just wondering about that wall height and going towards the Cabana. How tall does that section in there? And you're going to be able to soften that a little bit?
You know, it's on the plans right now. If you read the contours, it would be about 7 foot. And I was just looking at that, and I want the walk off from the middle of the pool area. We don't quite have to have it all the way up to the Cabana. And yes, we can soften that. We can probably get that wall down to 3 to 4 feet high. Just turn
That's all the questions I have.
Could I just add something to that, Don?
Yeah.
This is Robert. The reason why we have that wall there is we wanted to keep that road at natural grade. And as it goes up into that corner of the lot, the northeast corner, all of that is on natural grade. And so we had to put a wall there so that we could capture the fill, so that we could have the walk off from the pool area.
Yeah, no, I get the wall need or the necessity, because you're keeping that grade kind of right adjacent to the property line the way it is, which is nice. But it just seems like it creeps up kind of tall on that corner. And how that,
we can soften that.
You'll figure that out. I just kind of saw that as a little bit of a pinch area. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Sam. Don Sharp, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Claire, questions?
No questions.
No questions. John Watson, questions?
I actually have one. I almost never comment about floor plans, figuring that that's not really our business, but have you checked you're exiting off of the second floor? You're well over 2,000 feet, therefore you've got an occupant load of greater than 10, ... So have you checked that?
Well, we don't have, that second stair was changed recently, and we had it working the last presentation we showed you, and we will definitely need a second exit. And you're right, and we may have to propose something that comes down the side of the wall, or we'll have to find another stair. It worked with the last presentation we had.
Please.
So we have to get those. We have to get those two separated more than what half the distance of the diagonal.
Diagonal, yeah.
Yeah, please go and check the
And-
building code. You will be forced into sprinklers by the Montecito Fire Department. And there are exceptions in there for 1/3 the distance under certain sprinkler configurations. So anyway, I thought that things might start shifting around a little bit if you didn't get the stair right. So that's why I brought it
Yeah,
up.
and we do have an elevator too that goes 3 stories. So I know that's not what the fire department is looking for as well, but.
Nor the building code. Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, John. Don, I'm trying to figure out what the height of these walls coming off the site patio are. What's the difference between the patio height and here? Is that like 3 or 4 feet or?
Yeah, well, we try to have walk off wherever we could, but this is still, that front line there is still in progress. We wanted to have these grass treads that just step off the most of this front area. And I think we're trying to protect that tree. Our elevation there does not jive with the tree that we have. So the contours, it's just not fill, if I'm looking at this correctly. We're keeping the contours, but some of it's actually, the ground is already there.
Are you going to end up with railings on this then, or are you going to?
We'll try to avoid railings, yeah. So we'll be 30 inches,
Yeah,
but walk off almost every place else.
Okay, all right. I just couldn't tell how tall that was there. Okay, that was all I had for questions. I think I got everybody. Let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item 4630 Hot Springs Road? Anybody? Sharon? No, not seeing or hearing, and I don't think we had any letters. I didn't see any letters. So let's close public comment and go to board members' comments. Sam, what are your comments on this project?
Oh, I really like what they've done from the last version to this in terms of, maneuvering the southeast corner to be more natural with all that view orientation down to that corner, and then moving the tennis court. I think the entrances and the loop road we've understood are for good fire department and access and function. The house is beautiful. I think the site work is nice. I think they have, a little bit of grading to work out, which we've talked about. I love the respect to all the big trees, and in general, working with all the stormwater requirements. They've got a lot still to do, but they're going in a really good direction.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Claire, your comments.
Well, the piece of property is just extraordinary. As I said, it's a site visit. It's just amazing to find an almost 7-acre piece of property in the heart of Montecito. It's just really amazing. And I think that you guys are doing a really great job. I'm excited to see this house in the environment where it's going to exist. And other than that, the only one request I have, which I actually had made a note of this prior to you bringing it up, Don, is that when you do your photo, whatever you said you were going to do with the barn, I would really request that you have a conversation with your people and submit those photo documentation to the history committee of the Montecito Association if your clients would allow that to happen. Yeah, I think that barn needs to be historically somewhere. And in fact, you're going to take it away. I think we need to have it because I know that this piece of, from talking with your clients on site today, they are very respectful of Montecito, and I think they would be really happy to just submit.
I'm sure they'd be happy to.
Yeah.
And that's a good idea. I'm glad it was brought up.
Yeah. Okay. Other than that, I have no problems. I mean, I really appreciate the work you guys are doing to really make this just an extraordinary piece of property.
Thank you, Claire. Don Sharp, what are your comments?
Well, I certainly agree with the preservation of the existing structure there. And it's an amazingly well done, wonderful project, and I have no further comments.
All right, thank you, Don. John Watson, what are your comments?
Well, I agree. It's a remarkable project and a remarkable piece of property, which it's one of the few benefits we get being on the board is to see some of these. So I don't have any further comments. I think it should come back for preliminary and final with the 99% chance you won't get final. But in saying that, get as much of the detailing done and all of that so that we can just have a couple of comments and get it through to final on the next time. Or if you want to take it in 2 steps because you don't want to spend all of the time, you're trying to move things along a little faster, come back just for preliminary, but you'll have that option. But I see no reason to hold this thing up for another minute. So nice job, everybody that's working on it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Yeah, no, I agree with the board members' comments. I think it's a wonderful project. You know, first going out to the site, seeing the story poles, I thought, wow, okay, that looks pretty big, but really taking it into the context of the area, the lot size, the proportions you've got here look great. I see nothing wrong with it at all. The materials obviously are fabulous. You know, they're going to look really good. And so I think you've done a nice job. So I don't really have any problem with any of what I'm seeing here. And I can certainly make the recommendation for coming back at preliminary and final to the full board when you're ready.
Okay, well, we have I think Sharon mentioned that we had a spot on the 6th, your next first in December. And unfortunately, that's a holiday. We'll try everything we can, but we'll see what we can do, but we'll certainly be back for preliminary and hopefully final.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Don.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's go on to item
Good job, guys.
5. Number 5, this is the 1536 Miramar Beach Drive. Also a site visit today. And is the applicant online? Clay, I think, was out there at the site. Are you online, Clay?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here. Sorry, I was.
Great. Yeah, go ahead, Clay. Give us your presentation. If you have any other members to present, you can announce their names too.
Okay, great. Are you pulling up the plans?
Yes.
Okay.
Clay, just before you get started, Kimberly, please unmute yourself.
Yes.
This is going to Planning Commission no matter what. Are we required to give an approval before it goes, or do we approve it after it comes back? There's 2 different project types that go to the Planning Commission, and I can't remember. Could you fill us in, please?
I believe this is a coastal development permit, so I think you can take preliminary action.
It also requires a variance, so does that change things?
I don't believe so. If it was a modification, I think it's a recommendation if you're asking for a modification, but if you're proposing a variance and a coastal development permit with hearing, I believe the board can take action as opposed to just making a recommendation.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, Clay. I just wanted to clarify that.
Hey, go ahead, Clay. Do you want to start with the FAR since I got it up here?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you zoom up, or I'm sorry, pan up?
Yeah, up to this.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've had a little bit of pushing around and shoving around of the project, but it's basically the same as we thought before at about 121% FAR at the last hearing. And the FAR study below that shows it in comparison with kind of the rest of the beach here. We got a lot of projects that are in that over FAR in that area. But we covered all that last time. I think we can go straight to plans. I don't have the exact sheet number for you, but Mr. Chair, I apologize.
I'll just kind of scroll through them here. I think we're familiar with the.
Yeah.
I'm going to start at this one here. Is that a good one?
Yeah, that's more or less a roof deck. So the scope of our work is this proposed loft addition where you see P loft addition. That's the scope of our work, and the deck that's being added there. And there's a few other things we're doing around the property, like the balconies in the front. And we're changing the roof pitch on the beach side of the deck. That's our project scope. Keep going down. We've got lower floor plan, upper floor plan, existing study. Yeah.
This kind of ones.
So maybe,
Go ahead, Claire.
I was going to say, maybe go to the changes that they made as far as the story poles were concerned. I mean, I think that's what we went and looked at today. Maybe that rather than going through all the stuff we've already talked about, just zero in on
elevations,
that.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, elevations. There you go. Perfect. So the proposed east elevation number 2, you can see the deck area. If you want to zoom in a little bit, that'd be helpful. So we have the deck kind of on either side of the fireplace there. It's sticking up, and then we've lowered the roof just to the right of the deck, right below that, right there. Yeah, so we've lowered that area to help assuage some of the concerns from views from the neighbor behind us. The shape of the loft hasn't really changed that much. We moved things around a little bit just to, as we were laying out furniture with the owner and trying to figure out where things are going to go. We look at the north, let's look at the beach elevation. So again, here we added a door that goes out onto the patio, and we have just these 2 windows on either side. And you can see the railing kind of in front of it. And, you can see behind the chimney where we lowered the roof element there. Yeah, right there. Yeah. We didn't change anything on the balconies. Those are remaining the same as you saw before. So really the only change we've made was a little bit of pushing and pulling on the loft and lowering the eastern side of the loft portion. And part of the reason why we want to keep that is it's right over the stairs that are there today that most of you saw in the site visit. We're enclosing those stairs underneath for the room below.
Got it. Okay. All right. There's a good 3D of it too.
Yeah, that helps.
Thank you, Clayton. Is that good? We'll go on to questions now.
Yeah, we don't have any landscaping changes or any other changes, so I think I can stop and just be open for questions for you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sam Aphis, did you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Don Sharp, any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Claire, questions? Claire? Question?
I was just looking. No, I have no questions.
No questions. And John Watson, did you have any questions?
No, at this point. And Clay, thank you for providing everything so that there are no questions. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. I don't have any.
You're quite welcome.
I don't have any questions either. So let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item number 5, 1536 Miramar Beach Drive? And I don't know, I don't have, well, there's a planner memo. I should have read that earlier, but let's read it now. Okay. Historic permit records for the property indicate that the existing loft was permitted to be constructed within 13 feet of the right-of-way of Miramar Beach Lane through approval of a variance by the Montecito Planning Commission. The applicant has been advised that approval of an additional variance will be required to expand the loft and construct the proposed roof deck within the required 20-foot setback. In addition, a portion of the proposed loft addition appears to exceed the applicable height limit of 25 feet. However, section 35-127 of the coastal zoning ordinance provides that architectural element whose aggregate area is less than or equal to 10% of the total roof area of the structure, or 400 square feet, whichever is less, may exceed the height limit by no more than 8 feet when approved by the Board of Architecture Review. Please comment on the height of the proposed loft. Okay.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, if you go back to the plans, you can see on our elevations. I don't know. I'm not quite clear why the planner mentioned that we're going over height. We don't think we are. We have the outline of grade there, but maybe she's seeing something we're not. So if you look at elevation, section elevation 4, just to the left there.
All right.
We've got an outline of the grade. So our upper loft is below that line, which is the 20-foot height limit. So I'm a little bit.
At some point, were you above it?
You know,
first middle, maybe.
Maybe earlier on we were, or we were really close, or it was imperceptible. It might have been that, but we're not over it. Anyway.
Hi there, this is Paige. Mr. Chair, if I may just chime in.
Yes.
And Clay. So I think at one point it was unclear if the height was being measured from existing grade. And so that was the only question of whether or not there was a height limit. The height limit was being exceeded. But it appears here, as long as they're under the.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was just
Looks like
imperceptible
it's under.
earlier on.
And the roof pitch is shown. So, okay, thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
Yeah,
Mr.
and
Chair.
just for clarification, we also have, with our roof pitch at 4 and 12, we get an extra 3 feet. So we're still underneath that.
Okay. Kimberly,
Correct. It's
you
a
have-
28-foot height limit.
Hi, sorry about the interruption. Sharon's audio is still out, but we have 2 neighbors that are present but have not requested to speak. We just wanted to determine if Liz Hogan or Jurgen Bohr, either one want to speak to the Board of Architectural Review at this time.
If you do, please unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Liz Hogan.
Okay. Go ahead, Liz.
I unfortunately I am out of town tending to the elders, but and I wasn't able to see the story polls, but I'm not sure if I read the plans correctly. It appears as though that area between the chimney and the building is if you look at the existing versus now, it looks like it's filled in. I'm not sure if that reads from our property or not. And there's a sort of an odd little roof line, and it's unfortunate that the Loomises will have to bump their head every time they stand up on in that little space. And I just wanted to comment that I'm not going to say any more about this project, except that to the board members in a general way, I wonder if in the future that something could be added to the design guidelines so that architects go into a project along the beachfront knowing that in order to to build into their plans, they've taken into consideration view corridors before the project even gets started, so that we don't run into this problem in the future and create neighbor issues, which nobody wants that. So that's all I'm asking, and I'll answer any questions you like, or I'll just sign off here.
Bill
Thank
Wolf,
you.
I just sent you a photograph from their property that I took today on the site visit. There you go. That's it.
Oh, fantastic. All right.
There you go.
And that piece of wood going on top.
Is a scrap.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be there.
Clay threw it in there to confuse us earlier, but
See a little tiny corner there, really very minimal. We were
Fantastic.
there on your deck.
Yeah, good. All right, well, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Was there someone else, Kimberly, as well, that'd like to speak?
Yes, I'm sorry, I've forgotten the name now. Jorgen? Or?
Jurgen, are you want, if you have something to say, you can unmute yourself. Are you there? I don't see, oh, Jürgen Bohr, B-O-E-H-R. Are you here for this item number 5, Jürgen?
No comments.
No comments. Okay. Thank you, Jürgen. Okay, so we'll close with that. We'll close public comment on item number 5, 1536 Miramar Beach. And we'll go to members of the board's comments. John Watson, what are your thoughts on the project?
okay, before I get started with this substance, I want to thank Clay. We see many projects and many of them tell the truth. Not all of them tell the whole truth, at least in my opinion, and he has done that, which is much harder to do and reveals things that are not always in the best interest of the client. But having said that, he's done a really remarkable job of showing visually and numerically what this project is about. So Bill, would you go up to the FAR, please?
Mm-hmm.
I have struggled with this project more than I have with just about any other project in the last year, maybe a couple of years. I do know that the lane to the left of the parking area to Miramar Beach is way over the FAR. I mean, it's way over. It's like 130, 140. I know as a neighborhood, so the whole area is like that. I know that the area to the east of Fernald Point, also larger properties, but are way over the FAR. Again, somewhere around 130, 140, maybe even as high as 150 as a neighborhood. But he has revealed, okay, so there's two parts of this, the upper larger numerics, and then the lower one is the Miramar Avenue. From my point, which is north of the railroad tracks. So from my point of view, I ignore those. Thank you for sharing them. I think it shows what's going on up there, but not here. The underlying sort of thesis that Montecito works on is to maintain and preserve the low-intensity rural character of the neighborhood. So when I look at your percentages of FAR for this neighborhood, from a neighborhood standpoint of view, I don't see it well over 100. I do see it somewhere around maybe 100, but not over that. So, and yet both to the east and to the west on larger parcels, and Clay has said some things during these presentations where he's very clear about understanding how the FAR calculation works. So not all applicants do that, but he clearly demonstrated that to me. I am not convinced for my vote that this project is consistent with the neighborhood, and it scares the heck out of me to get this with someone with less talent saying if Clay and the Loomises are permitted to have 121, I want 121. And that, I believe that we're going to create and they have the shed in the back, which is blocking everyone's view. And if they have it, I'm entitled to it. So if this is approved, I think it sets a precedent that is just, would radically alter that section of Montecito, which is one of the, every area of Montecito is cherished. It's something to cherish. This one is not only to cherish by the locals, but also everybody that visits. So just on a mass Balkan scale, I don't think I will not vote for this. Has Clay done everything he possibly can to make it work as well as he can? I think so. I think he's done an exceptional job. But what I fear is that in lesser hands, this is going to change the community in a way that I do not want to have my name associated with. So I will be voting against this, not because it's not an excellent job, but because of where I am sure this will lead us over the next 5, 10, 20 years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, John. Sam Maphis, your comments on this?
Well, we've seen this for many, many versions. We got a good site visit today about the issues that it was affecting the neighborhood. And I really feel that what I saw today and what I sense of that area of the beach and that area consistency kind of along that stretch of the entrance and the parking, and it really is very much the same as many of the others along that area. So I don't have John's same concern. I do know that any of these houses in the neighborhood of the beach are in the above the FARs, but they're more consistent with being above, and all the homes would come to some balance. And we do take each home, each property individually, like we did this one, and analyze it for its pros and its cons of good design, mass bulk and scale on the beach. I don't think this resembles anything different than what's there now. So I find that what I saw today didn't concern me. I think the neighbor's view is still quite substantial. The horizon there, the ocean is there. It's not doing anything to affect that. I am fine with what the Loomises have presented. I think it's reasonable, and I think that's enough said for me. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Sam. Don Sharp, what are your comments?
Well, obviously, this is a toughie. I do certainly respect the efforts that Clay and his staff have made in working with the neighbors and all of the other adjacent landowners that they have worked with. And I really think that the FAR issue is non-existent for this particular piece of property. And so I am willing to vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Claire, your comments?
Well, having worked on this FAR issue for I don't know how many years it is now, I don't have a problem with this one. We know from the very get-go that Miramar Beach and Fernald Point, all of these beach areas are about 30% greater than anywhere other areas. So the FAR issue is not an issue for me. We've always known that all these houses, these beachfront houses, are over the FAR. Many of them are. And in this case, this lot is like a double lot. There's a couple of houses down the way that are very small. Absolutely. I have a client that owns one and I've stayed in it, and it's tiny, but it's also a tiny lot. So for me, the FAR is absolutely no problem with this house. And I think that the architect, Clay, and his crew have done an extraordinary job of trying to make this house fit where it is and where it's always been. And they've just now, the new owners are upgrading it. And the fact that it does not interrupt the view of the neighbors who have most concern. I have no problem with moving this project forward.
All right, thank you, Claire. Yeah, I agree with that, Claire and Sam, Don. To me, the FAR hasn't always just about the numbers. I think it's how the additions and the mass bulk and scale are manipulated in a way that really, to me, feels in context with the neighborhood. I didn't feel that the additions that were being added to this were increasing that mass bulk and scale. You know, they do, but I think visually, to me, it didn't feel like it was, and it certainly felt like it was certainly in keeping with the neighborhood as it is, and those, as we know, are above the FARs. So I certainly respect the FAR number, but I think in this particular case, I think I can certainly vote for the project because I feel it was well done and well conceived. So I'm okay with giving it my approval. So that being said, you're here for preliminary. We can certainly grant preliminary. You could come back for preliminary and final if I don't know how we work it, because I know, John, you do the.
Mr. Chairman, as I understand from Kimberly, it sounds like the board wants to give this approval. Clay and his client then go to the Montecito Planning Commission. They have to get a variance, which Clay explained fairly clearly on the site today, and they need a coastal development permit. Then, assuming that that's granted, he comes back for final. But what is with us today is to have either vote for or vote against this project.
Well, it's on the agenda for further conceptual review. So my take would be to recommend that it move to preliminary. That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
There's no vote at conceptual, so
do we
have to take some action that says we want to move it into preliminary and then go from there.
Mr. Chairman, everybody has heard my particular feeling and everybody knows that I do the consent calendar.
Yes.
So, but in the spirit of not trying to hold anybody up and keep projects moving, I would since there's no other comments, everybody thinks it's a good job, except I have trouble with one issue. I think this should be put on the consent calendar. Mm-hmm. It will then get recommended for preliminary approval, and then even in the next meeting, and then they can keep going. Otherwise, it's a month or 6 weeks or something to get back on our calendar for 3 minutes of discussion. So what's the deal here?
So we're saying we're going to give it concept and then have it come back for preliminary
on consent.
On consent. So you can do preliminary on consent?
Yes, you can.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
But it sounds like Paige has kind of been jumping in and jumping out. She's the planner, right?
So today we cannot give it preliminary if a majority feels it needs it or can get it.
It's not right? Agendized. It's not agendized. We cannot give it a preliminary approval.
Okay, I understand.
So we can give it concept review approval and have it come back for preliminary on consent.
Right.
Final.
No, I think it should come on. I think if we're going to go that route, it should come back for preliminary full board with final on consent.
Okay.
Just because of the planning commission issue. That's kind of
that's the better choice of direction. Yeah. Preliminary, then final on consent.
You just added 2 months to the project, guys.
Well, that's just the way it is, John. I mean.
Yeah. I mean, well, what Kimberly, are you there? Maybe you can give us some recommendations as to.
Or the planner, isn't the planner here?
Yeah, pages on and off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Kimberly, what you can see where we're at. Maybe you can understand where we're trying to get them moved forward as best we can. So what can we give them to the maximum extent?
I apologize. I am not as familiar with this idea of whether or not the MBAR can take action prior to the Montecito Planning Commission take action. I believe it can go either way. You can forward favorable comments to the Montecito Planning Commission, or you can take action to grant preliminary approval. one of the things that we want to do is make sure that we can not subject them to too many drawn out appeal periods. So if you take preliminary action, that is appealable. If you write forward comments to the Montecito Planning Commission, your comments aren't appealable, but then the Montecito Planning Commission can take action and give direction to the applicant if they feel changes need to be made. It can then be reviewed by your board. So in this case, it may be best to just provide the Montecito Planning Commission with your comments.
Yeah, that sounds like maybe a better option. I don't think you're going to get appeals at this point, but let's just give our blessing with our favorable comments to the Montecito Planning Commission, and then once that's gets processed, then the planner will agendize it however they want to agendize it.
And in the meantime, I will make sure that an action doesn't have to be taken before they can go to the Planning Commission. And if it does, it appears that your board may be comfortable with it. Actually, I thought it appeared that the board would be comfortable with it being preliminary on consent, but it sounds like they might want to get back on the board may want them to get back on the full board agenda.
For preliminary, but then it can go, then after it goes to planning commission, it can come back to for consent on final on consent. This is all land use stuff. I mean, either we're going to approve the project or not, and it sounds like we are. And this is the planning department needs to deal with this, not us.
Mm-hmm. Well, for now, we'll positive comments to the Montecito Planning Commission, and if the rules are different and can allow, then I mean, I surely don't want to make them have to come back to the full board for preliminary, because that will take longer than. So I don't know.
Well, whatever. That's up to the planning department.
Let's let the planner do that. Okay. All right. Positive comments from us to Montecito Planning Commission.
One member concerned about the precedent-setting nature of the project, please.
And one member concerned about the precedenting.
The precedent.
FAR.
Yeah, please, in the minutes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Clay.
Thanks, Clay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
All right.
And a Merry Christmas, Clay.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho.
You all.
Yeah. All right. Item number 6. On to item number 6. What are we? 974 Chelham Way. Number 6. Do we have let's see what we have here. Color materials. Okay. All right. Do we have the applicant online? Please give us your name and give us your presentation.
Excellent. This is Paul Rubison with Appleton Partners.
Jesse Richards with Appleton Partners.
Okay.
So, the comments from the last time we presented was that the MBAR appreciated responses to the previous comments at that time. One member suggested utilizing a push latch door on the pool storage area and continue the horizontal siding. Also, a member suggested raising the height of the window on the gable end over the garage. And then it was requested we return with full details. So this set here is our fully developed set with notes, details, everything that we would expect ready to go to the building department. Here we have our site details that have been added to the set. On the following sheet, we have our lower level plan, which is just further refinement of what we presented last time. The next sheet is our first floor plan. And that's very much in alignment with what we presented and in the roof plan. On the next sheet, we have our exterior elevations. Actually, right here, you can see the window has been raised up. We actually checked our clearance for framing on the inside, and there was enough room. So it made sense to for that composition and the amount of wall space we had on the outside. And we also did, we actually were working on some details for that pool closet, which is to the left of the front door, because we thought it would be nice to have it blend in with the siding so that the focus was on other elements, and that kind of was just a continuation of the wall. And then the other elevations, just further development of the design. And then we've got a couple of building sections that we use for studying our structural design here. We've got a few sheets showing our door and window schedules and details. Flashing details, etc. These are our foundation and wall details. We have our roof details. And then we added a set of stair details and the fireplace and chimney details. And this is our landscape design, which is just further development of what we presented last time.
Did we look at this already? You remember landscape people?
I believe so, Bill. I'm trying to remember the streetscape. What is it? Just a hedge and garage. We got a pool in the, yeah, we've seen this. We've seen it a number of times.
Privet, Pis forum, that's to remain.
Yeah.
And then we also looked at the screening along the left side there for the neighbor. That was discussed last time.
Yeah, I remember that. And you got your plant pallets and your.
We've got our calculations, and yeah, we went ahead and developed some irrigation design. There's our soils test.
Do you have any lighting?
On the site plan?
Yeah, on the site plan, you will see the proposed exterior lighting outside of doors.
Probably sheet 4, I think, in the set.
Oh boy.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there we go.
So they are indicated with the small bubble symbols, and then in the top right-hand corner is our notes indicating that the fixture will be night sky compliant. The light source will be housed in the head, not actually behind the glass, and then just a photo of reference for style.
Oh, landscape lighting proposed.
Sorry, what was the question?
For landscape.
No landscape lighting.
No.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, just exterior lighting. Yeah.
All right. All right. Does that conclude everything? We'll ask some questions. Okay, very good. Let's go to questions. Sam, did you have any other questions?
We see a color sheet. Did I miss it? Did we see a?
Oh, it is a separate exhibit. Is that in the folder?
Oh, it's another folder. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the updated one?
It is.
All right.
There we go. So we have stone brown for the windows, doors, and rafters. Yeah, we've got white dove, which is for the brick, and then also for the siding. We have a boral roofing tile. It's a faux concrete tile roof. And then we've got the flagstone Cherokee Creek for patios, and copper downspouts and gutters.
Is your white dove LRV 84 or less?
85.34.
Oh!
Just off the top of my head.
Just I was just trying to preface John, that's all.
Excellent.
A resident reflective expert.
Okay. Let's see. So we were back to questions. Sam, that you.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Good. Don Sharp, did you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Claire, anything? Any questions?
No.
No. Don or John Watson?
My only question is, would you accept an approval with a condition of an LRV of 84 or less?
Yes.
Very good, thank you, that's all I have.
Okay. So let's, I didn't have any questions. Open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to item 6974 Chelham Way? Anybody? I don't see any letters.
No.
No. Is that you, Sharon? Are you back?
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good thing I didn't say anything else. No, no.
Welcome to the party.
Thank you.
Okay, very good, thank you. Let's close public comment. And John, you're really good at this, so I'm going to ask you, do you have any comments?
I am ready for motion, so if other members are okay with that?
Yeah, I think so.
I would like to make one small comment here. I hope
Please.
that the building inspectors know and catch and know about night sky compliant fixtures or not. We probably should look into that in some way. Thank you.
I mean, they try to describe it here.
Right. And I know it's come up on a couple of our jobs as we've, reviewed what was submitted versus, what was installed. So
Right.
at least some of the inspectors are savvy in that respect.
Good.
Okay, go ahead, John. If you want
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make where are we at? Preliminary and final approval for 974 Chelham Way with the condition that the planner verify that the white paint color has an LRV of 84 or less.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, seconded by Claire, I think. All those in favor?
Either one, whatever you want.
Opposed? All right, motion carries.
Nice job.
Nice
Yeah,
job.
good job, you guys. I know it took a long time, but
Yeah.
great.
thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all for your time and attention.
Have a happy holiday.
Same to you. Yep. Take care.
Item 7, we are at 1149 Glenview Road. Is the applicant online? Give us your name and show us your work. Is Glenn, are you
Hello.
there?
Can you hear us?
Okay, Glenn.
We're here. We're here.
Okay.
Mostly Mark Shields. It's Mark Diesler and Glenn Shields.
Okay, very good.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair, let's point out that this is also here for preliminary and final, so.
yeah. Okay. And so let's see, I didn't have any minutes, so I'm not sure what we thought of this the first time we reviewed
I
it.
liked it.
We liked it, we loved it. Okay. All right, well then go ahead. Do you want to tell us the changes that were made, if there were any,
Yes.
or
Yes.
or what you did?
We're here for really hopefully preliminary and final, and you guys had spoke favorably about the project last time. It's really a facelift to the existing rather urbane home. We're modernizing it to make the project short. We're eliminating some of the plaster overhangs, cleaning it up, kind of simplifying it, providing modern massing. We're adding an infinity edge pool on the southern side that has a beautiful view of Santa Barbara, some metal trellises that surround the pool, and really cutting back the overhangs and simplifying the roof line, redoing the surfaces of the carport driveway area. Really the landscaping stays as is. We are planning to remove 3 oak trees, which are to the southeast of the pool, mostly because they're uninteresting and according to our arborist report are unhealthy. Really minimal landscaping throughout. There's existing nice landscaping, some nice Phoenix canariensis palm trees and whatnot. The house in general is going to be white. The trellis elements are steel, which is a kind of a dark gray color. Roof, which we debated back and forth on. The clients are on a severe budget, so the mission tile roof will stay. We plan to paint it. I know Claire last time said, hey, wouldn't it be great if we had a standing seam metal roof? We agree with that. That's going to be an option for us in our planning and bidding. So hopefully we have enough funding to switch out the barrel vault tile and go with a standing seam roof. The only major change that we had worked on since last time is that before we had the pool equipment open air down below the pool, which you couldn't see from the neighborhood or from the home. But we had space underneath the trellis by the pool. And so we were able to tuck the pool equipment underneath the new deck. And so it will be quiet and out of sight. So we think that's a nice improvement. Anything else to add? Anything else we did differently, Glenn?
Talked about the oak trees.
Oak trees, we talked about the oak trees. That's about it. We've just proceeded with working drawings, and if you like, we can look at some of the details and the colors, which are towards the end of the presentation. This photo is similar to the trellis system we're proposing with possibly the Louvertech adjustable shade fins, modern, or it could be wood. We might do those in thermery, which would be kind of warmer. The detailing is very simple. The plaster parapets are just clean plaster wrapped over the top. The existing windows are Fleetwood aluminum sliders, which are dark on the black bronze color. So we're just really duplicating those where we're adding new larger windows and sliding doors. So we're really matching the existing windows in detail. There's a detail of the sliders. We have really very simple detailing. Other than that, nothing fancy. The site wall that goes around the pool terrace is plaster with a plaster cap. We have one glass railing proposed out there at the very edge of the pool where the terrace is located. I think we have a detail of that. It's inset up, go back up.
Right here.
It's inset into the concrete, wherever it went.
There it is.
There you go, yeah. Modern detailing, modern home, simple modern, and with kind of warm accents here and there. And that's about it. We're really here. You can look at the color chart that we put together. So the overall field color of the home is white, which is less than the maximum white color. We plan to paint the roof this kind of a dark gray color. The new entry gate, which is up by the street on Glenview, will be made of thermery, which we love. It's a new organic American ash, great product. And we'll either stain it gray or leave it natural. Doors and windows are Fleetwood, which will be the black color. Gutters and downspouts will match the roof, which are dark gray. And we plan to use some of the Bega exterior fixtures that are mellow and flush with the home. Those will also be dark gray, and it's all what is it? Night sky, not night sky lighting, it's down lighting everywhere.
Night sky compliant.
Correct.
Thank you, John. Night sky compliant. We wouldn't want to compete with the stars. And that's about it, really.
There's an oak tree mitigation plan coming, but I don't know if you.
I don't know, that's kind of, I'm kind of waiting for the landscape and all of that. I mean.
There you go.
That's the
Here's the
mitigation
site
right
plan. That's the mitigation plan. So these 3 oaks that are down towards the southeast end of the pool, which are pretty scrawny. You can see the photos of them. And according to our arborist report, are not healthy. We plan to remove those and mitigate with more oak planting towards the entry, which is towards the northern portion of this site plan.
Is all those dark trees, are they the mitigation trees you're adding?
Those are, you know, when they're 15 years old, they'll be 5 gallons.
Oh, I see. So you're proposing smaller ones that will create that kind of an entry grove, it looks like, Mark. Huh?
That's right.
Yeah, we're kind of following the guidelines that the planning department has set forward.
So size is 1 gallon. You're starting them out very small.
I think they specified 5. Is that right, Glenn?
There may be some options
Yeah.
that the planning department will let us do, but for now that's the proposal.
So there's three trees, and I think if you go 1 gallon, you can go 10 to 1. So you'd actually 30. So you might want to upsize.
One of the oak trees that we're removing is a dead tree, so we don't have to mitigate for that.
Yeah, it's just two trees.
Oh, I see. It looked like 3, and 3 were in the report.
There's 3, but one's
dead. They're not.
Alrighty.
They're not exactly beautiful oaks that we could be concerned about replacing.
Okay,
So, Mr. Chair, is this the only landscape plan that we have to look at?
that's all I see here, yeah. Right, is that right, Mark and Glenn?
That's correct.
It's all existing mature landscaping around the site. So there was no comments about landscaping in our conceptual review.
Okay, let's, so that concludes your presentation. We'll go on to some quick questions. Sam had already kind of started. Sam, did you have any other questions to finalize?
Yes, not. I think the trees were the main thing landscape wise. I think the architecture looks fine. Is there any site photos to kind of, because I did this, I apologize for kind of taking a little bit sideways. I just want to make sure that there's enough. I do notice taking out some trees on the entrance. So it's well, you're taking out a few ficus, which is like on the left of that truck.
That's right. And they're also interfering with the driveway. The roots have grown into the driveway.
Yeah, we're redrilling the entire driveway too.
Mm-hmm.
You really can't see this house from the driveway, is that right? It's pretty well screened?
It's pretty well down there. You'll see the roof. It's quite a ways down the driveway.
Glenview is a private road too.
You replacing any of that on the left-hand side where you're removing all those trees?
That's where the oaks go, pretty much.
Well, we're straightening out the retaining wall, so the parking is a little bit larger, but the oak trees will definitely do, you know.
Look at what those roots are doing. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, they just have to go. They're just out of control. Hedges, really.
They're nasty big monsters in the wrong place.
I always tell my clients to look at those examples on Melpa Street. The size of the ficus.
Yeah, those pictures are helpful. Thank you, guys.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Now I remember. I couldn't remember. Okay, now I know. Okay.
I didn't see this before. That's why I was a little bit concerned, but it's got turf, it's got walls, it's got lower story plantings, it's got cypress.
Yeah.
It's not a blank site.
Yeah, we don't really plan to redo much of the landscaping other than the oak mitigation.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Claire, did you have any questions?
Yes, I'd like to see the design of the new proposed gates.
We have a sketch of that in the elevations. What page that is, Glenn? It's very simple. It's 5 feet high.
Well, I know, but it's a gate, or I mean, it's like that.
It's a wood gate, wood entry gate.
It's on sheet A 6.1. And there's a detail also further on.
It's right there on the lower right-hand side of the sheet. There you go. If you could blow that up, that'd be super helpful. Just 2 plaster columns and a 5-foot gate, horizontal Kebney siding. Very simple.
And then what is? Oh, never mind. Well, are we in questions? Is that where we're at?
Yeah. Any questions you might have?
So then on either side of these cement posts, what's going to be planted on either side of those along the frontage?
They have dogs, and so we're looking at a black chain link fence to the height of the entry gate that would be covered with a hedge material of some sort.
Okay. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Don Sharp, did you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Questions. John Watson, any questions?
No, thank you.
No. And the only question I had was those parapets. Well, actually, what I really was looking for was the actual detail of this. Not that it's difficult to detail, but the trellises there. You had a photograph, but I didn't see a detail of it.
You have a detail, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we have a detail.
Is there a detail?
Go to A 8.0.
8.0. Oop, not too far.
One too far.
There you go.
So it's a combination of a door jamb detail, door head detail, and it shows the integration of the trellis into the wall, and it shows the steel.
Is that it? That's it right there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
This right here?
It's below that. It's right below that where you
Oh,
see
this. Oh.
the square section.
I see.
And we're proposing the Kebony fins.
It's like a tube steel ledger and then.
Yes. And as small as we can make it, we want the trellis to be relatively delicate.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. And it's an operable louver in wood you're proposing. Yeah.
We show wood.
We show wood. I think we'd rather go that direction. So that's what we're showing.
Okay. All right. Did I ask you, John, if you had any questions? John Watson?
I don't think you did, and I do not.
Okay. All right. I think I got everybody. So let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this item, 1149 Glenview Road?
No, Bill, thank you.
Nobody. Thank you, Sharon. Close public comment. Let's go back to the board members' comments. Sam Maphis, what are your thoughts on this project?
Fine with this project.
Okay. Very good. John Watson.
I think this is a very nice project, but I don't think we have enough drawings here for final. And so I even have some questions about enough drawings for preliminary for the landscape drawing, but I will leave that to Sam and Claire to assess that. Having said that, it's a very nice project. Clearly it's going to get approved essentially the way you have it drawn, but I'm just don't think the drawings that we normally have from every applicant, I don't think you've quite gotten there yet. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Claire, what are your comments?
My comments are that I think the architecture is great. And, or, you know, I mean, I like the architecture, I like what's been done. And I will not be, I cannot vote for this project until it complies with the regulations of landscape plans, the landscape screening, anything that's needed around the perimeter. So I know what the applicant is saying is that it exists, but we don't have it on a plan. We require that. For final, we require a landscape plan, even if it's just a plan that shows where all the existing material is. And this is way not even close to what I would be able to vote for final. So that's my thing is that it's just, you know, the energy has gone into the house. That's great. But in Montecito, it's all about the landscape from my point of view. And this is, you know, we don't see any screening. We don't see anything on the drawing. It's like it's a blank shot other than the oaks, the mitigation oaks. So I can't vote for it until we get a complete set of drawings.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Don Sharp, what are your comments?
Yes, I agree with Claire. The architecture is good, approvable, and we need more landscape information. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Don.
Could we give it preliminary and then have them come back? I couldn't know, Bill, you still need to make comments.
Well, yeah, no, I think mine's in line with everyone else. And I was trying to give them a little more direction, John, on the detailing. I mean, I think if you could maybe, in my mind, I think you have door and window and you're good there. I think if you could just maybe embellish this trellis, how is it connecting the top and the bottom? It's not a big deal. I know you guys are going to do it right, but eventually you're going to need that anyway. So I would say, and make your decision about whether it's wood or metal on the louver. And I mean, I think the rest of the details are there. John, do you see others that would be necessary that we're missing? I mean, they've got the rest of it's just windows and doors. Is this glass block? I don't know if that needs to be detailed or not, but
Mark, you have brought a number of projects before this board over the years, and at this moment, I believe this has the least number of details that you provided this board. Clearly, you know how to do it. Clearly, your work is very good. But I think in order to really get a solid set of drawings, please take a look around, make sure that you've got enough so that the contractor and the inspector really know where you're going with this project.
okay.
But preliminary, yes, I think it's fine.
Yeah. So they were here for
Preliminary final.
preliminary final. So we can give them preliminary and they can come back for final on consent with, is that going to work for you, Claire? Will that be, or do you want to see it full board?
No, that's fine. That's fine
Okay.
to give it preliminary. I was just looking at it, actually in the guidelines, it says, when it comes to final, actually, that is when we're expected to have a plan, okay? And it's very clear. In addition to reviewing site plan and elevations for conformance, building details, and landscape plan will be reviewed for acceptability. So that's my problem here, is I don't have anything to look at.
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready for a motion unless someone else has another comment.
No, go ahead, John.
Everybody okay? Okay,
Yeah.
I will move for preliminary approval with the applicant to return to the consent calendar with sufficient details and landscape plans to fully describe the project. And Mark, in saying that, you had made a comment about possibly 2 roof materials. Can you please put both of them on your material sheet so that we can give an approval to both of them? And then you'll be able to not have to come back to the board if you change that out.
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
And that's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, do I?
I'll second that motion.
Seconded by Don. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, we'll see you back here next time.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Okay, let's go to item number 8. This one is 2910 Sycamore Canyon Road. Do we have the applicant online? Please give us your name and give us your presentation.
Yes, hi, Steve Ford with Suzanne Ellis Planning and Permitting here. And I'm joined today by our architect, landscape architect and civil engineer. Tim Bryant is our architect. Caleb Simon is also with our architect. Chantal Vo is our landscape architect who is here. And Joe Podegras is our civil. We have taken the development plan for the project to the Planning Commission, and they approved the project. So we're here for preliminary today. The only changes that have been made since you last saw it, you saw story poles, and you'll go over your comments, was that an attached garage is now a detached garage, and there's been an office space put in the location of where that garage was attached. And then there's also been a cabana added that I believe is 317 square feet. That detached garage is 390 square feet. You'll see on the site plans that detached garage and that cabana that I'm discussing are basically set back in back of the house off the wings that come off the back of the house. And you'll see that on the floor plans. With that, if there aren't any questions about any of those logistics, I will hand it off to Tim Bryant to run through the plans. And I did ask that Tim kind of focus on where the changes are, the materials, things like lighting and irrigation and details. And so I'll hand it off to Tim, who I hope.
Mr. Chairman, while we're with the technician here, sorry, Steve, can we look at the FAR, please? Because that's really what he's talking about.
It did change the FAR, John. And this, I do want to also reiterate, this is the version that the Planning Commission approved. So it went from, when you saw it before, it was 116. And by detaching that garage and making that an office space and adding that cabana, the overall net change for the project was 878 square feet. If you look at the bottom line, that kicked it up to 124%. That's reflected there.
Whoa.
But I would add that the cabana and the detached garage are, like I said, they're off the back wings of the house, not visible from any public vantage points.
Do you remember what the FAR study was? There were only a few properties in the area that were as large as this. Do you remember?
There were, I'll count them up, 1, 2, 3, 4 in the area. 1.25, 1.59 over on Woodley, which is kind of around the circle of Woodley. 1.25, 1.3, a couple of 1.22s.
Okay, very good. From my standpoint of view, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead with your presentation.
Tim, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So where are we? Let's go.
It's the new site plan here.
Yeah,
tell me where you want me to go.
I'd like to see a larger image of the forecourt, so the area behind the house. Yeah.
This area here?
Yeah. No, the one to the left. Yeah, to the left. Yeah, that area right there. Okay. So the major change in the plan was the removal of the garage from the main building and the movement of it to the top left hand, right there, yeah, where the cursor is. So that's a detached garage, and that allowed us just to rework the garage space, and that's where we see a slight increase in habitable space, and that's really a staff office there. And then we added a cabana at the lower left-hand side. You can see that sort of to make a symmetrical composition in the courtyard. So there is a complementary building that is slightly smaller than the garage. And that really is the major compositional change that we made to the house. And then in the process of massaging the plans to get the design to work just a little bit more efficiently, we made some minor adjustments, but no significant addition. Okay, next. Yeah, just go to the next one. That's a building section. You can see what we've done to the
existing versus new.
Yeah. This is the front gate. See that we're within the setbacks. This is an iron gate, very simple sort of iron gate with a little bit of decorative elements. And then the side walls are made of brick. They're whitewashed. We do have when I say whitewashed, I mean like a lime wash. So you can see some of the brick coming out from the paint, which gives it sort of an older look, more sort of an estate look. And the piers on either side of the gates are much smaller than they were and lower than they were. And I just think they blend with the house when you arrive, and they're meant to just sort of have the same kind of greenery growing over them eventually when the landscaping grows in. So they're not meant to be, these massive things, these massive walls. So next page, please. Just scroll down and see what we've got. So existing. Here's proposed. So that's the lower level. Go to the next plan. Yeah, just scroll up a little bit. So you can see the garage there, and then a little bit of storage in there. And then that's a pool cabana right there with a powder room and a shower and a little pantry. And then you can see the office on the other side. Not there, but yeah, on the other side. You can see that most of this was really in an effort to get some symmetry working. So let's go to the next one. This is upstairs, no real change to this. Roof plan. Here is a sort of a exterior view of the materials. So the concept for the roof is that we would use this terracotta tile. I know it's prevalent in this color of tile is prevalent in the Montecito area. This happens to be a tile that's red. It's not a Roman tile or a Spanish type tile, but the idea is the color is consistent with the vernacular characteristics of the area. And then if you could just scroll to the left a little bit so I can see some of the images. So you can see the brick in the lower left. That thank you. You see the brick. This is a handmade brick. So it's not, even though this is a brick building, the idea of the handmade brick is that it gives a soft handmade quality to the house. And then you can see to the left, that is what a lime washed looks like. We're calling it whitewashed, but it's sort of a semi-transparent paint. And these are the colors below. So the Chantilly lace is for the brick. And then we're doing a slightly darker window in the similar sort of tonal value. And then on the right side of this image was a couple of pictures of light fixtures, I think. Yeah, so there's a light fixture. So those are the light fixtures. And, that's lead-coated copper, downspouts, and gutters.
And how are you planning on making that light fixture night sky compliant, please?
It'll have a mask over it. We'll put an interior light deflector in it.
Very good, thank you.
Okay. So that's the front. This is the side. Same color scheme for the whole house. Same answer for the light fixtures. But you can see that now gives us a symmetrical element on the approach to the forecourt. This is the view from the major elevation. No changes here. Same color scheme. And then this is the view from the pool. There's a cabana right there, and there's a little open trellis in the middle, pergola. The idea is that the owner would like to have roses growing on that, some bougainvillea, some climbing plant. And this is just a section just showing that we have just the terrace and the stairs going down, and this is a front section just showing the areas below. And then this is the building section just showing the lower levels and the upper levels. and light fixtures. Yeah. This is site plan. Yeah, that's site plan. Chantel can talk about this.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll kind of go through my landscape plan here. So as you can see, it's really focused just around the house. We wanted to limit it to just around what we are proposing for the architecture. And we wanted to connect it to the rest of the gardens and kind of complementary to the traditional architecture. We had a lot of symmetry in the landscape. So I'll kind of go through the motor court area a little bit. We do have 6 new specimen olive trees that are going to be in the motor court in here. And the planting style for the motor court, since we have a planting schedule already, it's going to be a mix of different topiary spheres. So they'll be different. So they'll be like, dwarf olives and myrtus and just drought tolerant topiary spheres up in the motor court area. As we come down to the side of the house along the driveway, the whole driveway is going to be lined with boxwood to kind of keep it clean and tight and match what is existing on the other side of the driveway. And as you can see on the south side of the house, we have these 2 matching parterre gardens that are going to be made up of boxwood as well. We have new lawn here, which are 2 terrace lawn areas in the central area of the yard. And the whole area below the lawn are going to be alternating lavender rows, just to kind of give a different texture and color of lavender and to keep it very simple. And as you can see, if you move over the screen a little bit to the left, these are all olive trees that are going to be transplanted because we have widened the driveway to accommodate the fire department. So those are the green ones here. And if you can scroll down to like the lower right-hand side, it's kind of some inspiration imagery that we have for the landscape. And the decomposed granite and gravel types that we have proposed for these gardens on the south side of the house. Go to the next sheet. Just planting details. The next sheet is the irrigation plan. Just for the proposed, and then just some irrigation details. The lighting plan, we kept it very minimal. We did just mostly path lighting. We have a few little hanging down lights in the oak tree over here on the south side of the house. They're all hooded and night sky friendly, low LED. So, and we did just path lights just for wayfinding and for safety. So it's going to be, and it's not visible from the street or at all.
No more.
That wraps, oh, sorry, one last sheet. This is our reload plan that you have seen previously. And that wraps up kind of all my landscape sheets.
Okay. These are civils.
All that's left is civil. I don't know if you have any questions about civil. I mean, it's mostly dealing with excavation for the basement, some work on the driveway for the fire department improvements.
Yeah, I don't think
that's about it.
no. Yeah, we don't need to see that.
Okay.
It's somebody else's job.
Yeah. Okay, very good. Thank you. Then does that conclude your presentation? We can go to questions.
Sure.
Okay,
Yes.
Sounds good. Thank you. Sam Avis, do you have any questions?
No questions.
No questions. Don Sharp, anything? Any questions?
No questions.
John Watson, questions?
Timothy, are you aware that we have an informal policy to approve white colors of no greater than 84 LRV?
No.
Okay, and do you know the LRV of Chantilly lace from
I do
Benjamin
not,
Moore?
but
Does 92.2 sound right? Very white.
well, we can tone it down. I mean, it's certainly the interior designer picked this color, and we thought it was attractive. It can be toned down to meet the requirements.
Very good, thank you. The informal requirements, thank you.
The informal requirement, yes, we can certainly change the value.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Thank you, John. Claire, did you have any questions?
Yeah, where's your water coming from? Is it do you have a well, or are you on Montecito Water District?
We're on Montecito Water, and we also have a well for supplementing irrigation.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the supplement part.
We're on Montecito Water, and there also is a well that's used to supplement for irrigation.
Oh, okay, yeah, well, that was what I was after, was wanting to know what the irrigation use was. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And I don't have any questions either, so. Okay, let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item 8?
Bill, there's a couple people attendees.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if Mark or Josephine are here to speak on this project. They don't have their hands up, so, oh, here's a hand.
Josephine.
Hold on.
Okay.
Can you unmute, Josephine? Thank you.
You're back on mute, Josephine.
Josephine, you're still muted. There you go. Go ahead, Josephine.
You go on, and there you go.
Okay. Mark and I are presenters for the next item.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So seeing no one is here to comment, we'll close public comment and we'll go to board members' comments. John?
Mr. Chairman, I am ready for a motion unless somebody else has wants to chime in.
I agree.
They're here for preliminary approval.
Mr. Chairman, I will move for preliminary approval with the applicant to revise the white color so it has an LRV of 84 or less.
Okay. And then they can return for.
As far as I'm concerned, on consent, I think they've really done a very good job here.
Yeah, so the final on consent. All right, do we?
Steve, what do you want?
I was just gonna, you'll review the details on consent? That's
oh, yeah.
That's okay.
Okay.
Not that I don't want to go on consent. I just want to make sure we're all good.
Yeah. And do we need a second for that motion?
Yes.
I seconded it.
All right, second by Don. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carried.
Thank you.
Have a happy holiday, everybody.
Thank you.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay. Now we're on to item 9, the Gluck edition. And that address is 499 Crocker Sperry Drive. And do we have the applicant online? Give us your name and give us your presentation.
Hi, I'm Blake Herbst. Working here, we have Mark and Kaylee also with us. And we just had some minor revisions from our last time we were presenting. We didn't have very many comments, and I think we've addressed them. One of them being our lighting. We convinced the owners to change all the lighting, and we have updated elevations that show the new lighting. And on A 7.0, we have the light sky compliant fixture noted.
Okay, very good. What else? I don't have the minutes here from that meeting, so if you can go through those items, that would be great if you want. Was that it? Was it just the light fixture?
And then the landscaping is just to One of them was delineate the hardscape and landscaping to be removed and to be installed. And then I think Kaylee's on here to discuss that. Yep, 17.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Kaylee Grubb with Arcadia Studio, and you can scroll back down to that demo sheet, which was, I think,
The colored one here, this one.
yeah. So we
Okay.
just clarified the green is landscaping that was to be removed. Essentially, all of the ground cover and shrubs was removed with the trees that were to remain as noted. So that's the green hatch. The yellow hatch is paving that was to remain. And per the layout plan, some of it is tiled over, but the concrete that was existing worked as a sub slab. And the red was concrete that is to be removed entirely because there were drainage issues in several areas as it approached the house. So we had to remove it to reset grade. So that was that clarification.
And you have a new plan?
Yeah, you can scroll up to LC1, I believe, is the layout plan, if you want. Yeah. So nothing is redone for the driveway paving. Around the pool was where the majority of that yellow hatch was. That we were able to use the sub slab and the existing pool and put tile over the existing slab. Then so around the house, there was kind of a sea of pinkish toned concrete. So most of that was removed to create a series of small gardens around the house with gravel connecting paths and then a matching tile that matched what we put around it's shown on the layout sheet there. It's a sample of it.
Do you have
it's kind of a gray tone.
this
Stone colored tile. Yeah.
And you have a planting plan as well?
Yes, you can scroll down to LP1. And there's our hydrozone plant, a map for Wheelo and our calculations. And then here's LP1 with our planting plan. The plant palette is majority drought tolerant. The trees we're installing or planning for our fruitless olives and magnolias. I believe I did D.D. Blanchard magnolias. There's an existing oak. There are a couple pines that we're planning to remove. They're pretty scraggly. Then for the hedging material, we're proposing ficus hedges surrounding the majority of the property. It borders the golf course, and on two sides, it was pretty critical to have a really dense hedge because they're ending up with quite a few golf balls in their yard and actually breaking their windows. So we needed that height on those sides. The planting is mostly Westringia, dwarf olives, some boxwood globes. So kind of the topiary sphere is similar to Chantal's last presentation. So,
Mr. Chairman, would you please ask her to go, there's a lighting schedule in the lower right-hand corner.
Yep.
Talk about the quantities and then talk about how that's done on the site, please.
yes, so downlights out of the trees that can handle them. So the trees that are over 48 inch, we have a few downlights, all shielded. And then the path lights are just for circulation around the site, spaced, I can't say 20 feet on center, but kind of spaced at critical points where the circulation changes direction. So definitely a minor approach to the lighting, but creating a safe circulation route around the yard.
Okay, all right. Does that conclude your presentation?
It does.
Okay, thank you.
Unless Mark had anything else to add for architecture, sorry.
Anything else? No? Is he muted? Okay.
Yes, this is Mark Gelinas. Blake covered it where the minutes from the last meeting was that the lighting needed to be, went from a very exuberant French 3 candle light to these very simple architecturally kind of almost minimal night sky friendly lights.
These guys, yeah. Okay, very good. All right, thank you. We'll go to questions of the board. John Watson, questions?
No, I have no questions. Thank
All
you.
right. Claire, did you have any questions? Claire, are you muted?
I'm here. I'm just, I don't think I have any questions. I think I'll wait for the comments.
Okay. Sam, any questions?
Just a couple. You may have mentioned it, but I wanted to make sure I got it right. The new trees you're proposing in the driveway, I think you called them fruitless olives. What size are they?
48-inch box.
So they'd be a good size to start. And then any of the tree lights that you call out on that lighting plan, are any of those tree downlights, you're calling them, close to the neighbors? Are they all centered in the middle of your outdoor spaces? Are they any close? It's hard for me to read this plan on the computer.
Yeah, they'll all be angled interior to the property, nothing shining towards the neighbors.
And then did you get this reviewed at the Burnham Wood Design Review Committee? Have you gotten a letter from them?
Yep, we got their approval.
Has that been submitted to us?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
It's been, I believe you had all that information our first meeting. We went through a lengthy Burnham process.
Gotcha. So that's all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sam. Don Sharp, questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, and
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
How high are you proposing to put these downlights in these trees?
The trees are not very big for downlights yet, so they'll be probably 8 feet right now, and I would there won't be any reason to adjust them much higher. None of the trees we're proposing are meant to be skyline trees long term, so I think at most they'd get adjusted to about 90.
Well, you're saying these are box. You said 48-inch boxed olives, right? Is that what
Yeah.
you said? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Claire, to that point, do you want to put a limit on the height that those should be at? 10 feet?
No, we're in questions. I'm not.
I'm trying to get moved along here. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm me too, Sam, but I get everybody's, I just always seem to overset my bounds when it comes to making.
It's late in the evening. We're all jumping at the opportunity to move them ahead.
So I'm just asking, so last question is, did you have details? I don't see any architectural details anywhere in here. Am I missing a sheet or?
I'm not really sure they're doing anything on the architecture.
Well, I mean, they're adding square footage though, right? They've got walls and parapets and window and door and.
Our architecture is fitting the existing architecture of the main residence. I do have a detail sheet. It's not included in the set.
But Blake, why don't you show them the elevations that are colored? Or go to page 8.
Page 8, okay, yeah. Well, normally we would want to see, where you have additions, how you're finishing off these parapets and tops of roofs and flashings and even, well, you don't have any roof stuff. I think it's all flat, but, where your head jam and sill for your doors, that kind of stuff. Simple things you'll need anyway for your approval through building department. We would need that for final approval, which you're asking for. So that's why I was asking if you had them or not.
So we need that, Blake, we need to include that for a final in the future?
For a building submittal, just like we did on the ADU, yes. And it's matching the main house exactly. The doors.
I'm sorry, Blake. I was actually talking to this meeting today.
Oh,
yes.
You have to come back before MBAR with those details.
Well, we'll square something up with you. I'll show you how we'll do that. Anyway, that ends the question. Let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item 9499 Crocker Sperry Drive? Sharon, anybody?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, let's close public comment. Let's go to board members' comments. John Watson, what comments do you have?
Well, I think that the comments that you were making about finished details is correct. I would vote against this project if it has anywhere near the number of site lighting that's shown. I have never voted for one that much, and I don't think the board has either. Yeah, page 21. I just think that it's way too much. We normally have maybe one downlight in a tree and not every tree. And I think the pathway lights are distance greater than this. So for my vote, I would have to say significantly less site lighting. And then, of course, the details that you're referring to, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, okay, thank you, John. Don Sharp, comments?
I have nothing further to add than John's comments. I think that's a very realistic request.
Yeah, and Claire, same?
I'm right in there. That's where I was trying to hold off until it was my time to comment that having this many downlight hanging from the trees, and that's why I was asking, because normally what we've been doing with hanging lighting is we've asked them to hang them 10 to 12 feet above grade. And she's saying she can't do that. So for me, I don't think those downlights need to be there at all. I would buy to one, and I agree with Mr. Watson. I think there's too many. I don't see why we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pathway lights in the driveway. What for? I mean, you know, I just, you know, so I can't, I will not be voting for this until we come up with a lighting plan that's consistent with you know, a low kind of lighting plan. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Sam, did you give your comments? Not yet.
Oh, but I agree with all the previous comments, Bill. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I do too. I think reduce the lighting, get your details together, and then come back for final. So I think we can give it preliminary and have you come back for final on consent. Does everybody agree with that?
I do, and I think that they should be made aware that they can go into the building department at this point, so that we're not, by the time that happens, we're going to be long gone on our end. I don't want to hold anybody up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I'm ready for a motion, Mr. Chairman, unless somebody else would like to make it.
No, go ahead, John.
Go ahead, John.
I would like to move for preliminary approval with the applicant to provide finished architectural details and to significantly reduce the number of site lights as shown on sheet. Can you show me what the sheet number is? It's PDF 21, but I don't.
It's LP1.
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 That's my motion.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Don. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed?
Is that final on consent?
Final on consent.
Yes. Thank you. All right.
Have a happy holiday, everybody.
Yeah, we're going to circle back
Thank you,
to
Ron.
item C2, which got put on the consent agenda here. And somewhere I've got the drawing and I can't find it now. That's weird.
Well, it's 1505 Mountain Drive.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Yeah, I had blended them together. I don't know where it ended up. Anyway, okay. Oh, here it is. I put all the sheets together as one, just be a lot easier that way. Is the applicant online?
Yep.
Give us your name and.
Steve Fort with Suzanne
I think this is Steve Ford, isn't it?
Yeah, he's back.
Steve Fort with Suzanne Ellis Planning and Permitting. I am back for item 10. With me today is our team from Rios Architecture. Craig Shable, Bertia Baudelaire, Kimberly Laws, Tim Campbell, Elisa Reed, and potentially I think Todd Brandt might be on. Also Wes Barber from Flowers and Associates is on. Wes is our civil engineer, even though the project really doesn't involve too much grading. I will jump in and let you know that we're processing an LUP. It's just about ready for approval. Addressing a few things that are reflected in your minutes. We did have a historic report and it's submitted to P&D. P&D is happy with the report. It's a post-Hazeltine report. They indicated it's not a significant historic resource, not eligible for listing, and didn't ask for any further study. And then in terms of the detached garage, the garage is now attached. We attached it with essentially a hallway, an enclosed space that is, it's at least 5 feet wide. It might be a little wider than 5 feet, but we went back and forth with P&D on that, and we did attach it to the satisfaction of P&D. That, if you're interested, that shows up on A2.02, or we can wait till we get there. Otherwise, I will hand it off to, I'm not sure who's going to dive in first, whether Paulina or Craig, but I'll hand it off to those folks.
So Steve, before you get started, did you just address, because I don't have the minutes from that first meeting, did you just go through those? And
Sorry. I have them.
do you have?
Steve?
I have.
I was just going to have you read them real quickly so
Okay.
we know what we're looking at from our first meeting.
One, nice project in keeping with architectural style of existing development. 2, return with details and fully developed landscape plan. Study opportunities to blend landscaping into a native understory, especially around the oak trees. 3, determine whether historic report is required. 4, resolve planning issues of detached garage, attachment to residence or not, and size. And you just had no action was taken. The project can return for preliminary and final before the full board.
All right, thank you, Steve. Go ahead and finish your presentation.
You want to go, Craig?
Oh, yes, I can go. Let's see.
And just tell me which sheet you want me to go to, and I'm happy to. I've got them all bundled together, so.
Okay, so let's start from, I guess, first, actually demo plans, if we want to start from what we're demoing first.
Before you go there, Bill, can you go to sheet, I think it's sheet 6. It's a sheet that's got pictures of the existing, I think.
The elevations?
Or,
Yep.
oh, yeah, or 5. Oh, yeah, it's sheet 5 on my screen.
This?
Yeah, that.
Okay.
Yeah, so these
okay.
are
Yeah, that's,
the
I was trying to figure out where this was. Okay, now I know where we are. Okay. I just wanted to see this. Okay, thank you.
Great. So yeah, you can see these existing images, and if you want to go to the demo plans, just to show what we are demoing, which is sheet, it's number 11.
This guy.
So here's the demo plan. Essentially what we are doing is we're keeping the same footprint of the building. We're keeping that central space, and it is actually, it'll probably be easier to talk through it in the site plan. Concept, yep, right here.
This one
so,
here?
Yep.
Okay.
So there is an existing mound in the center of the property off the main lot or main street. And the existing house wraps around that mound. And so essentially what we're doing is taking down that building, but using the same footprint to pull it further and connect it around that space, and also work around the existing oaks that are there. Those are kind of the two main I guess, driving factors of the design of this house is the mound and then the oak trees that it's winding around. Just want to go to first floor. So this is the lower level. This is first floor. So entry, come off the entry of the mound is to a larger living space. You have private or public spaces, the kitchen and living room over on the right, and then private spaces on the left, which are the bedrooms and media room. And like Steve said, we enclosed the garage to connect with the media room over where your mouse is. And in that space, there's also a stair that goes down towards the lower level. And if you go up one sheet to this lower level, so there is a guest bedroom below that you can connect to the stairs or around on the side. And then also there is a stair in the living room that comes down to the lower living room, which is connected to the pool. Elisa, while we're on this, did you want to talk some of the site stuff since it's so integral with the plan?
Hard to see it on this drawing, so but as you all know, we're here just to answer some of the pending items from our previous meeting. So as far as landscape goes, we are definitely working with the oaks and working with the native habitat and just trying to be as minimal into the site as we can.
We should get down to the landscape plans and touch on that.
Yeah, nothing changed architecturally since our last meeting. So I think just we can respond to questions.
Okay. All right, I'm trying to find the landscape.
5:30.
I was close. No.
Yeah, just keep going from there.
Yeah.
So here we have our cut sheets for lighting. In the previous one, all the lights are down lights. We reduced the light significantly from a previous meeting. This is our site plan. Let's see what has changed since you saw it.
Lighting, that was up here?
I was gonna say, where's the lighting plan?
Right
here. The lighting cut sheets are here, but the plan, so these are the cut sheets. We have a few downlights near the house. Under the oaks, we have a few down step lights that are protected. These are tree mounted, so they'll be going down only. This is our path light. I'm sorry about that. This is our path light, and this is happening only at the pool and the courtyard, and it's just a downlight pedestal. So we can add some light where we don't have anywhere other way to do it.
What plan are those identified on?
If we go down a couple sheets, you can see where the lighting is. There.
What am I missing here?
Is this
it?
No, the next one. This is our.
Oh, there you
go. Unless there it is.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh.
So these are ground bollards coming around the center oak just to delineate the property. When you stop moving, I'll try to draw.
Go ahead. I'm done.
This is our driveway entrance, and this is our guest entrance over here. And so we're trying, and the road ends facing this. We're trying to kind of guide the eye for arrival sequence with just a few downlights on the existing oaks to wash the ground, as well as a few bollards along the edges so that bollards on the ground just to wash the playing field of the ground a bit. They are all dome lights and covered. This is fire department access this way, as well as this way to come around the house and through the middle here. We have a handful of, these are every 6 to 8 feet on center, the path lights, and we're only using them really close to the house. The site is almost 4 acres. There's no other lights. They're not at the house level. the canopy is pretty dense around the house. And so we're just trying to light a little bit the canopy there and create some shadow effects from the tree.
Are these
on the
down
ground.
or up lights here?
All down lights.
Yeah.
They're
They're
branch
hanging,
mount,
they're
they're
hanging.
brown manchette, they're hanging or they're either directional, but through the foliage facing down so that we bring some texture of foliage into the ground.
Okay. Is this irrigation? What's this one?
Correct. This is the irrigation, and it's a good diagrammatic drawing to see how little of the site we're irrigating. The client is very concerned about water usage. And also we want to protect the oak 16 mature oak canopy and oaks. And so adding water to oaks that are not used to water, we are trying to avoid that as much as possible.
Okay. Is this your civil drawings?
Civil, yeah.
Great, okay.
There are details back up.
Did we look at the
Oh, yes,
planting?
we skipped the architectural details. Most of these are just typical, just trying to understand the roof condition. So this is the eave condition, a typical roof condition here. Our internal drains. We also have the window headers, thresholds. And I think we already discussed material palette, right, Steve? So we don't need to address that.
We didn't look at it today, no. But
That's before.
well, we did not show this.
Okay. Okay.
You should walk them through this, please.
Yep.
Go ahead, I'll scroll down as you need.
Yep. So this is paving. So there's the Sweetwater flagstone that is, well, actually, sorry, the gravel is on your entry into the two drives. So it's this dark gravel that's slate colored. Then you have the slate at the main flooring level that comes outside of the house, but then also is the entire flooring for the first level in the interior. And then if you scroll down, so that Sweetwater is on the second level, or the lower level of the exterior and interior of the house.
So the garden starts to become more part of the landscape and more part of the boulders of the Santa Barbara sandstone. We're mixing Santa Barbara sandstone on the vertical surfaces and Sweetwater full range on the ground.
Yes. The entire exterior is this plaster. It's a fog kind of color to blend in with the Santa Barbara sandstone and not stand out too much. We didn't want to go with something bright white. And then the darker kind of steel windows from Ultima with oil rubbed bronze accents. This would be at handrails, any kind of hardware. And then the site walls will be the Santa Barbara sandstone. Down here, we'll have some areas of like that wall outside of the mound. That will be a warm concrete to look similar to this boulders and the Santa Barbara sandstone. There's also going to be a lot of boulders placed around the site.
I mean, more.
And then this is roofing, just showing the ballast.
Got it. Okay, great. Does that conclude your presentation?
There was a comment on adding more native plant material. And if you wanted to look at our landscape list, plant list, you may see that we have definitely increased our native plant palette.
Does this it here?
Correct.
Problem is I can't
So
read.
I
the
know.
garden plant list has a detailed amount of all the shrubs, and then the trees are back on the top. And then we have different sort of hatching, depicting where those gardens are.
Can you read that, Claire?
Barely. Well, no, the tree schedule I'm good with. It's just when it gets down to the little stuff, you know, that maybe Sam could read it better than I can.
It looks like it's a series of textures and colors. It's not necessarily individual planting. It's just a big plant list. I'm wondering where your plants are being planted. So on my
yes.
screen, the plant is so big. Can you shrink it, Bill?
Yeah.
Pull it down to have just graphic kind of symbols for your areas, but you're not depicting
Individual shrubs.
how they're arranged.
Correct. We're not depicting individual shrubs. We're working with percentages. If you see this area on the top here has all the textures of the garden. And so, for example, you can see basin planting is number 8. So the planting within the rain garden, the basin number 8, has a specific hedge. And that is then described over here on the basin planting. And so we know we have, let's say, a number, 1,000 square feet, and we're saying 50% is going to be this type of material, this other, at this spacing. We'll get the plants on site and we'll arrange them within that garden.
That's all on a slope facing kind of this community. So I'm just wondering what it's going to look like.
Yeah, no, it's all, I mean, everything about this project is facing the community except the interior courtyard.
So it's hard for me to understand what this whole big area is down below the pool that's facing the community without more call outs and without more specific design.
We can look at the render view of that side.
Excuse me?
We can look at the render view of that site.
Mr. Chairman, can we take one area and really focus in on that and have them show us how those percentages work? I understand where she's going, but Sam and Claire have to be the ones that finally sign off on it.
Yeah.
You see what I'm after, John? It's a
doing-
big area that's not designed.
No, I wouldn't. I would totally disagree with that. I'm sorry. We're doing two things. We're adding a buffer of oak trees at the bottom that were no oaks here, which are going to screen significantly the views to the site because we are increasing the oak canopy and connecting the natural oak canopy that's happening on this side with the canopy that's happening on that side. But right now there is no continuation of the canopy. The area in the middle that you were asking under the pool is an area that's practically bare right now. As I mentioned, we wanted to reduce the amount of water usage. And we're also doing it in fire ecology in a way that we're trying to create these islands of planting with separation so that, which is mulch, so that we could have a defensible space for the site.
That's good. That makes sense. Are the trees the black dots, the dark black dots, the new ones?
The triple dots like this, these are the new oaks.
They're triple dots. So it's ringed with oaks. And then go to the list of that texture that's in your little mosaic planting. Go to the list so Claire and I can understand what kind of plants, percentage-wise. It's hard for me to know.
Okay.
You're just general kind of texture color with no specific call out. So
okay,
you've got a legend.
So number 3 is Hillside Weaves and Weavers and Waves Garden, So if we look in the detailed information.
And it's this right here.
The number 3 plant list.
Yeah, it's this guy.
All of those.
Yeah.
All of these.
And you call it percentage?
We're calling, we calculated by percentage and came out with quantities. So we know we need 30, 200, 400 of each of those plants. Final arrangement is going to be on site because we feel that, the plans and the site is going to tell us
And
how
looking at-
how they come together.
Are those, and you've done your wheelos from these areas. I get that part, but it's just hard for me. You know, Claire, do you understand how this would look?
No, I don't
No, it's a
understand because I'm
confusing
looking at the numbers. Like if I just look at, Mayapur, blah, 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 401 gallons? Where are all this gonna go? I mean, there's 100 and there's 200, 195, 195, 190, so it's like,
Really see the masses of what you want to do on a plan, so we get an idea of your
Yeah.
overall thinking instead of just.
We can do a typical mound idea because all the mounds are gonna generally be the same. We're just doing this islands of
I'm
plants.
just gonna jump in here.
A lot of variety. It could be very busy. It might not look, might not match up too well. Who knows?
This is an
So
acre almost of site.
In your drawing, you've got, these little kind of globs of things. Is that the area that's planted, or is it everything between the path that's planted?
Only the colored
Blobs. And so what is in the open areas? You saying that's mulch?
mulch.
So little islands of planting amongst.
Well, but she's saying those are like mounds, right?
No.
Well, I'm calling them mound because the volume of the plant over the ground is going to feel like a mound. And but it's not that we're mounding the grade different than
Groups of plants on a slope, which really have no context to each other than the person
They're all
that's
the
laying them
same.
out.
They're all the same throughout. Imagine it's kind of like a twill of a fabric, right? So we're mixing these textures together, which are very homogeneous in color if you look at them. So we're trying to create this. If there should be a rendering in our in the group of drawings showing that slope, so that you can see what our intention is.
Yeah, you have a vision, but we can't interpret that vision from this plan.
Coming across.
This plan doesn't give us any of your vision.
Yeah.
Would it be helpful if we took a couple of those and showed the plant symbols in some of those?
It would, to see what goes with what and
We can
how
do
many and what kind of
and then
massing
you look
instead of one of
and
each.
Steve, looking at the number of plants that are listed, in the hundreds, I can't make sense with the number of that's being proposed by percentage. I can't compute that number of, like 195, 195. So we've got over 500 plants or more. Well, let's do 200, 200, in where do those plants go? In each little circle, or I just can't figure out what this slope is going to look like, and by the drawing for me, that's
This
what's
must be
occurring.
all the total areas and the counts for the total of each area, I would imagine.
Correct.
'Cause
Correct. The entire hillside and Weaver's Garden, which is close to an acre, has those plants.
Mr. Chairman, I am ready for a motion if we have done public comment.
We have not, I don't believe.
And as long as other members of the board don't have comments, of course.
Yeah. Let's go to public comment and see, is there anyone in the audience?
That's why you're hanging around. Yeah. So you both can be gone.
Is there anyone in the
No.
audience that'd like to speak to this item? C2 was agendized at address 1508 East Mountain Drive. Anybody?
John, are you going to make a motion for preliminary and then kick it on to find, or?
I'm going to make a motion for preliminary, and I think we should have this landscape plan come
You're
back to
still
the
public comment, right?
What'd you say, Sharon?
Is there anyone in the audience?
Public comment, and then it just got taken over.
I know.
Okay, so I'm waiting for public comment.
Let me, yeah.
So
let me finish. Nobody in the audience that like to
He's here, but I don't know if he's here, he's late for the other project or he wants to speak. Mr. Hogan, are you here?
I think he was here for the earlier one.
Yeah, I do too, but I still want to ask him.
Okay.
Mr. Hogan?
You are on mute, Mr. Hogan.
Unmute yourself and,
He may not even be here.
oh. Okay.
Never mind, we
All
tried.
right. Let's
Thank you.
close public comment and go to the board for comments. John Watson, what are your thoughts on this? Do you have a motion to make?
I'm ready for a motion unless other members want to chime in.
Go ahead, John.
I, before you make a motion, I still have, the lighting plan is got way too much stuff on it. So
Yeah.
so we're dealing with the landscape plan and we're dealing a lighting plan.
The planting
I'm not
plan-
willing to vote for anything until we get resolved what it is that needs to be resolved here.
Planting and lighting.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm ready for motion. Everybody want to give it a shot? Have me give
Yes.
it a shot?
Yeah.
I
give
would
it a
like
shot.
to move for preliminary approval with the applicant to return to the full board with fully delineated planting plan and a lighting plan that has significantly less site lights on it.
Okay, that's fine. I'll second.
I'm good with that.
And do we have a second?
I'll
I'll
second it.
second it.
Okay, I think she beat you, Don.
I
So
think
Claire,
she did
seconded
too.
seconded by Claire. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Board?
Yeah.
Full board, absolutely, yeah.
Final at full board.
Thank you.
And I just want to make sure, Steve or the applicant, that you understand what it is that we're asking for here.
I think I understand what you're asking for.
Okay, great.
Those,
Okay.
those bubble areas, those pods, you want to see.
Yeah, a landscape plan that kind of works, so we can understand.
A better delineation of what is going to be in each of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As opposed to a list that says that these are going to go in there. Maybe put symbols in there. And
Show them the
like it.
Malcolm plan.
Yeah, like.
Show
So
them the Malcolm plan, Steve.
I understand. We were trying to be efficient with our time and keeping a design fluid within a planting palette.
So a
if you
landscape
would
contractor.
observe our planting palette, it's
We understand.
how we arrange it.
Mr. Chairman, there's a motion on the floor, please.
Yeah, and we got a second, and we
Yes.
voted. All those in favor, we got that, and
Aye.
opposed?
I don't think we
Aye.
voted. Aye.
Okay, I'll do it again. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carried.
I
All
want
right.
to compliment Bill Wolf for doing the chairman and the screen
That's right.
stuff. I
Thank
mean, thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good job.
I think you should get paid double time for your work here.
Good.
Thanks, you
All right,
guys.
I'll look for the
Okay.
check in the mail.
Yeah,
All
keep looking.
A motion to adjourn now?
Do we have a motion on the table for adjournment? Is that what you did,
Is
Jim?
that Claire?
Yes, that's me.
And I'll second it.
All right, all
Okay.
those in favor of
Aye.
adjournment? Aye.
Thank
Aye.
you, guys. Have a happy holiday, everybody.
Yeah, you too. All right.
Thank you, John.
So we see each other again before.
I know, but I won't see Steve and I won't see
Oh, God.
everybody
Fine.
else.
Okay.
That's it.
Very good.
Goodbye.
All right,
Bye.
talk to you later. Bye.
Bye, Don.
Goodbye. I'm on my way.
Take care.